It's the National Football League on EA Sports, and there's no love lost between these NFC East foes. The action is only moments away under the lights on Thursday night.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for having us in, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson, or should I say Dean Olson, because tight end U doesn't happen without you, and we've got a great matchup here. We've got two of the best at your position in the current game right now.
And Mike, when I came into the league, almost 20 years ago, there was a handful of really elite tight ends. But doesn't it just seem, especially over these last couple of years, every single team, at least the ones that make their mark and find themselves...
The veteran Nick Folk about ready to get this show started. And off we go here on a Thursday night. A return now from the 4. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led by their man at quarterback out of the University of Florida. It's Anthony Richardson.
And this is where you really need your quarterback, Mike, to step up and not just lead your offense, but to really establish himself as the leader of this entire team. You're looking to pick up your first win. You're trying to build a little momentum to kickstart what's been a slow start to the season. Remember, another loss here today, 0-4, would all but eliminate their playoff chances. Only one team in NFL history, the 1992 San Diego Chargers, has ever made the playoffs after an 0-4 start.
Here's a 2nd and 6. Out of shotgun, Richardson. Open man downfield, it's Laporta. And they will bring this into the red zone. Big connection inside the 20.
What can I say, Mike? Good things happen when you get the ball to your tight end, but in all seriousness, think about what this guy has to handle in the passing game. Not only to be the possession guy, convert first downs underneath, but then have the ability to be the matchup to get downfield and be vertical in the passing game. There's not a lot of tight ends around the league that can do both, and when you have them, I don't blame the quarterback for looking his way.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. On the ground, it's the rookie from UT. And he'll only manage to pick up 3 yards, and that leads to 3rd down. Throwing, Richardson. To the goal line and in. Sam Laporta. Touchdown, Black Knights. That his first touchdown this year. And that is the way to start a game. Not just score, but, Greg, score quickly. A nice opening drive for the first 6 points.
Well, it seems like the hour spent on that opening game script was time well spent. To take the ball right down the field that quickly right out of the gates, that's a pretty good opening drive and an early 6 points.
Makes the score Black Knights 7, Dragons 7.
7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. On the return is Trey Palmer. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led out by their quarterback, former first-rounder out of Alabama. It's Mac Jones.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike, and I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. If he can continue to play that style of ball, it's going to be a tough group to match up with.
First down. First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Now 1,000-yard rusher from a season ago, Travis Etienne. And he does not want to go down. Somehow he turned that into a gain of 6.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
They send him right out of the slot. Working from the gun, it's Joe. That's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Sean Murphy Bunting. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
Well, that's the fast start they talked about all week, Mike. You come out, you take the immediate lead with your opening drive. Your defense goes out there, they force a turnover early. All these plays allow you to just keep stacking momentum early in this ball game. This game is far from over, but anytime you get out to a start like this, it is a lot harder for your opponent to battle back.
Here's 1st and 10. A carry now for Brooks. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. On play action, Richardson. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. He's going to be out of bounds, but he's got the 1st down. A pickup of 8.
And the London 1st down.
Now 1st carry here for Keaton Mitchell. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. Come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Another run here with Mitchell.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but not on this defense. Not only do they not pick up the 1st down, but after suffering that loss, now they've got some decisions to make on 3rd down.
He'll get it into the hands of Slayton. 11 yards on the connection there. That's enough for a 1st down.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on 3rd downs, that is a recipe.
Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
Now we get whistles. Time has run out. The 1st quarter has come to an end. 1 quarter in the books here on a Thursday night. 7-0 is our score. More after this. You're watching the NFL right here on EA Sports. 3rd and long. From the gun, Richardson. Nowhere to go. He is taken down. Max Crosby, motor always running, gets there for the sack.
The defensive coaches, they preached all week, Mike. They have to have relentless pursuit of this quarterback when he tries to extend the play. So often it results in a great play for the offense and a big pickup. This time, because of that pursuit, it leads to a big loss.
McPherson's kick is good. And the Black Knights will extend to a 10-0 lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Dragons offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. And nothing doing from the offense just yet. Down 10-0 as they come up with 1st and 10. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's second down.
Makes it 2nd and 10 at the 23-yard line.
Shotgun now for Jones. There's a short one caught by Andrews. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down.
It's 3rd and 7.
That's Palmer, the man in motion. Throwing is Jones on third down. He connects with Mims. And it looks like he's going to have the first down. What great work after the catch to extend the drive.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Again, it's Jones. He'll get that complete to Dontavian Wicks. First time they've worked his way tonight. Good time to do it. It's a first down.
And really the key to this play was just how fast he was able to get through his progressions. His mind was able to process and go from 1 to 2 to 3 so quickly that he was able to get the ball to the right target on time. And I think so often those two things are different. Being open is one thing. Being open and getting the ball on time, that's what leads to success. And that's what we saw here.
Here's 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6.
From the gun, it's Jones. That's over the middle to the tight end, Andrews.
When you put plays like this on tape, it sends a message to every defender across the league. When you play this offense and this guy has the ball, you better bring it when you come to contact him, because if not, you're going to be on the wrong end.
And he will have the first down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Now, Jones. And the rush too strong. They're in there in a flash for the sack.
This is what you don't want to see out of your quarterback. As that pocket starts to collapse, the good ones, they can keep their eyes downfield and feel the rush. They don't need to see the rush. Here, his eyes go down. He starts moving around the pocket. Nowhere to go with the ball, and they bring him down for a sack.
He's got his tight end. It's Andrews. And he'll be very close to a first down. Won't quite have enough, but now a much more advantageous spot. Jones looking to throw on 3rd and 2. First time he's caught a ball here tonight, and it is good for a first down.
That last completion's going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter.
On first down, Jones. And he's in. Dontavian Wicks. Touchdown, Dragons.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back. Even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan, everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1. What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The Black Knights offense can see what they can do in the final minute of this first half. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. Richardson gonna look to throw. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. To throw, it's Richardson. That's a short one caught by Laporta. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Richardson to throw. He'll go right back to Laporta. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
Throwing on 2nd down, Richardson. He'll look for Mitchell out of the backfield. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. Now the offense will use their 3rd and final timeout, as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go until halftime. From the gun on 3rd down, Richardson. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And he finds some space, tackled after a gain of 7 on 1st down. So we've reached halftime here on our Thursday Nighter to start the new NFL week. As we send you to our studios in Orlando, here's Jonathan Coachman with EA Sports Halftime Report. It's all yours, Coach.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Greg in just a moment. But first, let's give everybody a look at what's coming up later this weekend around the NFL. Some great games still to come, and I think we highlighted one of the better ones right there, as that promises to be a tight one. Next, we head off to check out another game, and you can see they are scoreless as they play the 2nd quarter. And then lastly, on Sunday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. This one's been as good as advertised. Just a field goal separating these two teams. This was a very level first half, and I'd expect to see more of the same after the break.
3 points, all that separates these two sides, as half number 2 kicks off. On the return, it is Tyrone Tracy. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Dragons offense looking to get back to work as we begin this 3rd quarter. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. Jones operating out of the pistol. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
At the 35-yard line.
To throw is Jones. That's caught. Trey Palmer. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big gain.
Up the middle, here's Etienne. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. He'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
At the 47-yard line.
Back to throw is Jones. Throw across his body is complete. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
They'll try and run for the first with ETN.
Big time stop there, Mike, on third down. Now it sets up a 4th down decision for this head coach. Do I want to be aggressive and extend this drive, or am I content just sending out my field goal unit and trying to make this all square? I think at this stage in the second half, tie the game up. Hopefully my defense can get me the ball back and find a way to win here in the second half.
And he will have the first down. Needing to make something happen, trailing here in the 3rd quarter, they convert on 4th down.
First and 10.
Jones. He connects with Palmer on that one. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. On the ground, here's ETN. This drive has been methodical, but will they turn it into 6 points? It is 1st and goal. They'll run it here with ETN. And he'll be stopped at the line of scrimmage with a flag down. Let's check on the call. Now it is 1st and goal. On the handoff, it's ETN. Good running, gets this down inside the 10. Now here's 2nd and goal.
At the 9-yard line.
Working from the gun, it's Jones. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Marvin Mims. Touchdown, Dragons. Folk now for the extra point. It's up and good. And the Dragons are on top. It's 14-10. After the touchdown, out is Folk to kick this one away. He fields it at the 8. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. The Black Knights offense getting ready for their opening possession of this second half. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. Slayton is the man in motion. On 1st and 10, here's Richardson. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, Richardson. He's got his man, that's Slayton. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
Now this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
Richardson to throw it here on 1st down. Looking middle, and he's got Brown. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. So we are through 3. We'll have more Thursday Night Football after this. Here's 2nd and 2. From the gun, Richardson. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. Here is a big one. 3rd down and 2. Try to pick this one up on the ground. That's going to be pretty close. Looks like he's got it, and he does. 1st down.
In real time from up here, Mike, I couldn't tell whether or not he got it at first glance, but I think after seeing the replays we have up here, it looked like he and his blockers got just enough, and they're going to be able to keep this drive alive.
And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
Richardson to throw here on 1st and 10. This one into the hands of Brown. On 2nd down, a run with Mitchell. Only a couple on that one. It'll set up 3rd down. Throwing is Richardson. Right side, it's Laporta, the tight end.
The initial reaction is, how does this quarterback not throw the ball past the 1st down line to gain to try to extend this drive? And the reality is, because they've already decided they're going to go for it on 4th down.
Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. Oh, the blitz gets there. He is sacked, and they will turn it over on downs.
And this is a tricky call for this coach. A field goal doesn't do you a lot of good, but a touchdown does. So I don't hate the call, but great job by this defense coming up with a stand and getting the ball back.
The Dragons offense and Mac Jones heading back out onto the field. And we run you through the highlights here. It has been a very big performance from the quarterback position. Instrumental in leading and executing, and now trying to finish strong and take his team to the finish line. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. Slot man in motion right. Jones now on 1st down. That is into the hands of Wicks. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line. From the 34 now, it's 1st and 10.
1st down. 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
On play action, it's Jones. Now a short one caught by the tight end Johnson.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game, and you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
Slot receiver headed right. And the back judge throws the flag. He looks at the ball, looks at the clock. Clock says 0. That's a delay of game.
Still 2nd down.
This run straight ahead for Etienne. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. They come to the line needing 11 here on 3rd down. From the gun, it's Jones.
Outbreaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
A fair catch called for and made just beyond their own 50. The Black Knights offense about ready to take over once more. We'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. He's going to tuck it in, carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. One of his teammates there to take it back in. After missing a lot of his rookie season, Anthony Richardson is in some discomfort. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning remain as we get set for 1st and 10. Throwing, Dalton. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. 2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Now, 2nd and 4. They'll drop to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Dalton to throw. That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's 4th down. Now Dalton. That's taken in. And they're going to get the 1st down. They were forced to go for it, and it's going to work out for them. Here's Dalton. Oh, the pressure too much. He goes down. Now on 2nd and long. That's over the middle. Taken in by Laporta. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. Dalton. Oh, he can't get rid of it, and he's taken down. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. The stoppage comes with just over a minute to play in this one. This throw right side is caught by Hill. They'll get about 6 before he's taken down. The crowd cranking it up another notch before 3rd and long. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down. He's got his tight end. That's Laporta. And they're going to get the 1st down. They were forced to go for it, and it's going to work out for them. To throw is Dalton. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in?
Oh, and a pressure there. He can't get a throwaway, and he's taken down. So the fans gonna head home happy. It's a win for the hometown squad. They finish off the 1st month of the season perfect as the victory runs their mark to 4-0. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say good night.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and it's brought to you by EA Sports. It's the Nighthawks and the Sentinels, and it's all up next.
This is the NFL on EA Sports, and we are thrilled to once again return to the gateway to the West, the proud city of St. Louis, Missouri.
Along with Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you take a look at our home side as we enter play here. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game, so they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for the visitors from Sacramento, they come in feeling good after back-to-back victories. Now the big leg of Matt Prater ready to get this one started. And we are underway here on EA Sports.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
And at quarterback from the University of Oregon, it's Justin Herbert.
That was a solid performance last week, wasn't it? 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, ran the team well. Won the ball game, bottom line. May not have been earth-shattering, but it didn't need to be.
Play action. It's Herbert. Oh, the first play of the game going to be intercepted. Picked off by Malik Hooker, and he's just across midfield and down at the 49-yard line.
I really don't think you can fault the decision-making here because your offensive quarterback, they really had a big week last week, and you're ready for them to go again here. Not the anticipated result, of course, but you definitely understand why they did what they did. That quarterback's been hot. You want to keep the ball in his hands and see if he can keep the magic going.
So now you've got their offense coming out for the first time with great initial field position. They'll be led out by their quarterback, the guy out of California, the former Cal Bear, Jared Goff.
And what he's thinking about right now is first down, let's find a way to make a big play. Because when you get a sudden change situation and that defense has to rush onto the field unexpectedly, you might catch them having a defensive breakdown or not quite prepared.
It was really sudden after the first play picked off.
That one tipped, and it's incomplete. But good hands there defensively. At second down.
They'll fake the give. Now Goff.
And he'll spot Higgins open left side.
And that play goes nowhere. Taken down, losing yardage at the 50, right at midfield.
What do they have for this? 3rd and 11.
From the 50, it's Goff.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. They give him 13 yards there on the play and a fresh set of downs. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10.
Straight ahead with Hubbard. And he finds a little bit of room, enough for 4 yards. It'll be second down. The numbers on the ground last week for Hubbard.
14 carries, 60 yards.
I can't remember the last time we did a game and a coach didn't talk about establishing the run first. But they've lost 2 straight games, so they still want to do that. But they've got to have some contingencies, some other options. Expect them maybe to throw it a little bit to open up things and maybe run it a little bit more later in the game.
That's good for a first down, his second catch of the opening drive.
First and 10 at the 21-yard line.
And they'll run on first down with Hubbard.
And he'll be taken down at the 20 after a gain of just 1.
Well, this defense very strong in that victory from a week ago.
Yeah, and what stood out to me on tape, the way they were flying to the football. So that tells me that they've got all their assignments down, and they're playing with extreme confidence.
And he's only going to get a yard from the 20 to the 19.
Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
Throwing for Smith on the out route, and it's caught. And he's going to come up well short as they rally up to stop him at about the 16. So the completion good for just 3. And that's going to make it 4th down.
A 33-yard attempt.
Prater's kick is good. And that'll make it 3-0 here in the first. So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Not the way they wanted to begin things yet. The interception on the first play of the game. The good news, it only led to 3 points.
And remember our conversation with him prior to the ball game? He said they had something special designed for the first play. It didn't hit. Let's see if he can rebound from it and not let it get him down.
So the completion results there in 9 yards. And it'll bring up a 2nd and short. Herbert off of play action. And it's incomplete.
One thing that you're going to see from this offense is that they love the matchup with their wide receivers against this secondary. That one wasn't successful, but don't expect them to back away from attacking all game long.
Back to throw here, Herbert. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he's got the first down yardage as he brings this up to the 47. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. The medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. And they'll send the tight end in motion. Out of the gun, Herbert. This one complete to Jalen Waddle. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. 15 yards through the air and a first down.
And that's how you shake off the interception you threw on the opening drive. Come back and throw another strike and gain nice yardage. And I give credit to 2 people on this one. The man throwing the ball and the person calling the plays. They're not shutting him down early in this game.
And he can't quite bring it in. Might have heard footsteps there across the middle. 2nd down. Now it's Herbert. Short pass caught by Henry. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he's unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
Right back to Henry, and Henry's got it again. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. Justin Herbert looking to pass. Middle of the field, it's Robinson. And he'll be taken down as that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Sacramento with the football here as we get set to begin quarter 2. 2nd down and 3. As they've got it as we resume action. Herbert. Throw right side, going to be taken in by Henry. That good for 6 as they keep this drive right on rolling. Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10. First carry of the game now for the Texas superstar, Bijan Robinson. And a good physical run that time. He's going to wind up gaining 5 on that one. Ball sits on the 10, 2nd and 5. They'll run again here with Robinson. And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. It's an 8-yard pickup, and it leads to a 1st and goal.
Some good strong running right there. Some power and some explosiveness just about got him into the end zone.
Robinson trying to get to the goal line, but is going to be stopped just short at the 1. It's a gain of a yard, and it'll set up 2nd and goal. Robinson on the toss. Here's Robinson. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
Well, hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. This offense 2 for 2 on third downs on this drive. This is the most important of them all, 3rd and goal. The tight end Henry here in motion. Now Herbert, 3rd and goal. This is caught. And just shy of the goal line as he's out of bounds right at the 1. A 4-yard pickup, not enough. 4th down. They'll run for it with Robinson. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Bijan Robinson, his 2nd rushing touchdown on the year. And the Nighthawks' decision to go for it pays off with 6 points. This defense held out as long as they could, but ultimately the running game wears them down from the 1-yard line.
And that gets set up throughout the entire drive, doesn't it? And when you put those big bodies and determination into that carry, the end result, touchdown.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And that makes it a 7-3 lead. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. And after the field goal last time, see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick, other than the extra point. That's it.
A give up the middle, Hubbard. And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. 3rd and 4.
It's now 3rd down and 4.
Out of the gun, Goff. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete. The passing game not in sync here early. And now it's 4th down. Here's Jake Camarda now. Only 2 punts for him last week in the loss as he gets this one away. They call that a punt of 38 yards officially. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. Here's Sacramento's offense once more. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
2 minutes to play in this first half, 7-3 our score. We remind you that coming up in 2 minutes' time, we'll hand you off to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman will have highlights and analysis of this first half of action. Right back to Jalen Waddle for another catch. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Here's Herbert. Here's a screen for Robinson. And the stop here will come at the 38-yard line. 7 yards there and a 1st down. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. Again, Herbert. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. Well, the incompletion, yes, but maybe here not the worst thing in the world?
No, not on 1st and 10. Actually gives them a chance to regroup, relax just a little bit. They huddle up, talk it over. Then they get a chance to continue their drive.
Here's Herbert. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down. Right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the 1st down and move the chains.
He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
Give them credit for excellent coverage, tight coverage. They're doing a lot of things that we talk about in basketball. They're causing disruptions in the passing game. And as long as that continues, it'll be tough for them to gain any momentum throwing the ball downfield.
And he has got it from 55 yards away. That was never in doubt. And they push the lead up to a touchdown now at 10-3. So a nice kick there as they add 3 to the lead.
And from what I've seen so far, Brandon, I think they've been the better of the two teams here in the first half. So even though you want the touchdown, I think that's a nice job there to put 3 points on the board.
And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line. This offense back to work now late in this first half. A slim deficit here in a one-possession game. Not much time left, obviously. We'll see if they can march this down the field, at least get 3 and take some momentum into the locker room. A quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete.
Textbook coverage right there. Played the ball, never lost sight of where it was headed, and stayed in perfect position to make a play on it. Able to keep the receiver and the quarterback in his sight lines.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
This defense has passed its first 2 tests by forcing back-to-back incompletions. They know that there's probably another throw coming on 3rd down. Let's see if they decide to force the issue by sending people on a blitz.
And they're going to get him down well short of the first as he can only get this to the 30. Now a timeout called for by the defense as the clock will stop with 33 seconds to go in the first half. Now on 4th down, on is the punt team sending this one away. 47 yards on the punt that time, just 1 yard on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. One final go for this offense here in this first half. And we'll see how much they want to push things, leading already here 10-3. Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. On this one, incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's 2nd down. Not wanting to take a chance this time, they'll keep it on the ground. And he'll just keep 2 hands on the football as he'll be taken down after a short pickup. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we'll send you down to Orlando, we check in with Jonathan Coachman for our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. It was a former Longhorn, Bijan Robinson, who was tough to stop in that first half. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break.
Okay, Coach, yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this 3rd quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. And he won't quite make it to the 25. This offense ready to go to begin this 3rd quarter. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the 2nd half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people will think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of went away from it in the first half. I think if they get back in balance, it'll help them when they put the ball back in the air.
And they're able to get this one across the 35. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10.
That's good for A. 1st and 10.
On the give, this is Hubbard. Oh, a heck of a move. Man. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8. 2nd and 2. Now a 2nd and 2.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Goff now to throw. That one finds Pierce right side. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. and it's Goff. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Higgins.
Holding offense.
So following the hold, they're in a bit of a hole here with a 1st and 20. They'll toss this right side to Hubbard. And they're going to get him behind the line yet again as his nightmare afternoon continues. Nolan Smith showing some burst there to catch him behind the line.
At the 34-yard line.
2nd down, another chance for Hubbard. And unable to get downhill there, so he'll take this up to about the 37. 3rd and 19.
Third down.
Gone. And incomplete on the deep ball.
That's some good closing speed there defensively because that looked open for a minute. But that's great work with the ball in the air. Never gave up, converged on his man, and broke the play up.
So they're forced to punt on 4th as this one's away. And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. It'll be a 39-yard punt, no return. And they will take over 1st and 10. Now a handoff to start it out. Robinson up past the 25 to the 26, a gain of 5.
Running lanes were at a premium in the first half, but he's able to find some room there, and he's hoping that that's a precursor of a big second half.
Now Herbert off the bootleg. Complete. Hunter Henry with a grab. And he's going to be stopped up right at the line of scrimmage. So nothing doing there. And now 3rd down and 6 to go. Herbert now. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a 1st down.
Well, a lot of times when you get a manageable 3rd down situation like this, you have to think about your tight end, and he comes through for him, picking up the 1st down.
Now on 1st down, he'll drop to throw it. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. Straight ahead, it's Robinson. And 3 yards there, takes him to the 45. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
And they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
And this one's going to go the wrong way. Losing yardage back at the 42. They'll wind up losing a couple yards here on the play, and that'll bring up 4th down. And on now is the punter, as he's on a punt for the first time this afternoon. He was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. And he couldn't get it to check up. That kicks all the way into the end zone for a touchback. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And, Charles, they're certainly still right in this game, but they need that offense to wake up and in a hurry.
Yeah, I like the way you put it. They certainly did seem to sleepwalk a bit in the first half. Now that their defense has done its job, it's their turn now to go out and try and get some points.
2nd and 4 at the 26-yard line.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports as we're about ready to rock and roll for the 4th and final quarter. 2nd down, another chance for Hubbard. And he'll get it up to the 33-yard line. Consecutive runs of 6 yards gives him a 1st and 10.
Well, partner, if the defense isn't going to adjust and they keep giving them those 5, 6, 7-yard runs over and over, they're likely to run it the whole way to the end zone. They'll be more than happy to take the yardage available and save some of their other plays in the playbook for another time.
5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down.
Here's 2nd and 5 now from the 37. And they'll go again here with Hubbard. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. 52 yards rushing on 12 carries for him now.
Yeah, they really needed to get something going, didn't they? They had punted on the last 2 possessions. The running game starting to come to the front for them, providing a nice pickup there to keep this drive going.
They'll try the air now with Goff. And he's going to be swallowed up. Sacked back at the 45-yard line. The linebacker Jordan Hicks flying in there for the sack.
But defensively on the previous play, they gave up a pretty good chunk of yardage, but right there, they got a good portion of it right back.
And if we just flip it around from the offensive perspective, took a nice step forward, and how about a couple of leaps backwards after that play? They've got to figure out a big call coming up here to try and gain that yardage back.
Got to imagine the pass rush will be equally intense here on 2nd down following the sack. It's 2nd and 18. A shotgun snap for Goff. Short throw to Smith. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards. And they'll be facing a 3rd and 12.
Let's see what they have drawn up here. A little bit behind the line. 12 yards needed to gain a 1st down.
From the gun, here's Goff. And he'll be hit as he releases it. And that'll fall incomplete.
Partner, what we're seeing so far is the defense is certainly coordinated. Both levels doing their jobs in tandem. The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
And that is very well done there, as this will be marked out of bounds at the 5-yard line.
And they'll come out with a 3 tight end look on the first play of the drive.
From down near his goal line here, Herbert.
That's to Waddle on the quick slant.
This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Clock continuing to run. They'll probably wind this all the way before snapping it on 2nd down.
Back to throw here, Herbert. This will be caught. It's Waddle.
And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down. A gain there of 30 big ones.
There's no doubt in my mind that not many guys in this league have had the impact that he's had here in the first half of the season. He's been a big play guy from the word go and continues to be one with another one right there.
Just like that, out of danger and up past the 40 now for 1st and 10. The tight end Henry here in motion. Back to throw now on 1st down.
Tried for Kirk, and he's got him on the crossing route.
And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30.
These guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the 4th quarter.
4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game.
Not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10.
Robinson up the middle.
And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go.
Another run on 2nd down, trying to cover up.
Now a timeout called for by the defense. That'll be their 2nd, so one more chance to stop the clock here. And we'll be back.
On 3rd down, Robinson.
And this effort will not get it done. He stopped well short of the 1st down at the 29. This one no doubt important for Matt Gay. This to perhaps salt this one away. And Gay knocks this one through. And they will stretch their lead to 10 now at 13-3.
So that one, CD, going to make the road back a lot more difficult.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know they were praying on the other sideline for a miss because now, as you pointed out, a very difficult road. Down 2 scores. You don't just need a touchdown. You need a chain of events to go your way. You've got to score, somehow get the ball back, and score again. The odds of that happening, not great in your favor.
So Jared Goff in the offense. Down by 10. Just over 1:40 to play. And they're in danger of a 3rd straight loss as they come up on 1st and 10.
And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. Second and right at a yard.
He gets this one to Hubbard, complete. And he'll get it out a couple yards shy of midfield at the 48.
A 7-yard gain.
Goff now to throw. Pass complete to Higgins.
Now he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on first down.
Here's second and a yard.
Now it's Goff.
That is incomplete. Oh, here's a big one. You can just feel it. This is third down now.
Now Goff. That is caught. And they're able to get this one past the 30 to the 25-yard line. Whether it's a touchdown or a field goal, whatever it is, they need to score quickly here on first down.
And that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
Now the question is obvious. Do you try to kick the field goal right here knowing that you need 2 scores? I would be thinking about if I were on that sideline. Get the field goal now, try and get the touchdown later.
And he'll just get rid of it.
What would look like a march to the end zone has hit a momentary roadblock with that incompletion. No need to panic. They just got to come up with a high percentage play call and see if they can get their offense back on track.
Goff. Pressure applied, and he's going to be taken down. They sack him back at the 33-yard line.
So this crowd will not go home happy. It's a victory for our visitors. Well, on one side of this, Charles, an impressive victory. On the other, I mean, you think about it, they scored in the first quarter, but then they didn't score in quarters 2, 3, or 4. They're going to have a lot of work to do before stepping back on the field.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting tape to analyze, won't it? Because why did it work in the first quarter, but nothing in quarters 2, 3, and 4? So we always talk about adjustments. You don't just wait till halftime. You do it series to series. They'll be working on that in preparation for their next game.
So for Sacramento, they're on a nice early roll as they move to 3-1 with a win here. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for the home team here, they'll drop down to 1-3. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew here at EA Sports, I'm Brandon Gaudin saying so long, everybody.
It's week 4 of the 2024 season, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Blues and the Riverhawks, and it's coming up next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over them.
Plenty of season left to go. 3 months of football ahead as we are underway here at Week 4. Here's White on the return. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. Bringing him out, coming off one of his best seasons as a pro, an MVP runner-up finish in year number 9, Dak Prescott.
There were times, I'll be honest with you, Kate, that I wish I played baseball. Because you have a bad outing, like this QB did last week with no touchdowns, a couple interceptions. In baseball, you get to play the next day. You get to flush it right away. He's had to sit on it all week long, and you know he wants to rectify it here.
So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Up the middle they go with Madison. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. It's a pickup of 11. And that'll give him a first down. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Jacoby Dean in on the tackle. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Here's Madison. And he's out of bounds. Looks like right at the midfield stripe. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run, in need of some attention. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. From the gun is Prescott. That's caught for the first. And they're going to haul him down just shy of the 40. They get an even 10 on that play. And it'll give them a first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2. Dak now from the gun. He'll get it to Rashee Rice, complete. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12. They're now set for 1st and 10. Inside handoff goes to Madison. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. Second and 6 coming up here. From the 16. This one's caught. And he drives this down to the 8 before going out. 9-yard pickup, and it sets him up with 1st and goal. They'll try and punch it in. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, they were hoping to get outside and meet those guys at the 2nd level. Well, someone from the 2nd level came to beat him on his turf. And that meeting didn't go so well.
And he drives forward for a little, maybe to the 7. He gets 2 on that run. That brings up 3rd and goal. Prescott here from the gun. And in for the touchdown. touchdown! Well, you couldn't ask for a better start to a game than that. The offense taking it all the way down the field and finishing with 6.
These opening drives, Kate, are such tone setters. It is why every offense loves to script their first 15 plays, right? Everybody knows what's coming. Allows you during the practice week to get into rhythm, but even better when you're that sharp, that crisp, and you finish off and get the early lead.
Justin Tucker to try the point after. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Blues will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Now after the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition can do. Starting from the 5. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. So they come on offense now, ready for their opening drive. Leading them out, the 3rd overall pick in this year's draft. After a decorated career at UNC, it's Drake May.
2 numbers that a lot of people were focused on from his performance last week. That would be 3 and 0, as in touchdowns and interceptions. That's a quarterback who was efficient, aggressive in the right spots, but he took great care of the football. And of course, well, he cares less about those 2 numbers. He's more about the alphabet, like that letter W picking up the win in that ball game.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
Brings up 2nd and 2.
Staying on the ground with Montgomery. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs.
You know what I like about a 2nd and short run play, Kate? Yeah, I like getting a first down, but you know what I like even more? That's going to set up a play-action pass in a similar down and distance, and that defense is going to have to key on the run.
And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Here's the pistol snap to May. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Jerry Jeudy, the intended receiver. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. From the gun, it's May. Aguilar with the grab. And he's out of bounds just past, looks like, the 40-yard line.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. And he's hit before he can get anything on that return. They're out and set, 1st and 10. 1st down, here's Dak. That one's caught along the left sideline. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. We will not get another play in here. That's going to do it for quarter number 1. Neither side separating much so far. More coming up after this quick break. And we're back. Road offense out there and set. Let's get the 2nd quarter started. They've got 1st and 10 here, looking to add to their lead. Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Searches from the pocket. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
You know what I call that, Kate? Punch, and you took a punch, but then you countered right back. You give up a big play, massive play, but you don't hang your head. You come right back, you get a sack of your own, and you change the momentum as quickly as you can.
The give now out of the shotgun. And he's brought down for a loss.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the old lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over them.
Coming deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And they scoop it up. Time to push for the line. And they corral him well behind the line of scrimmage. Well, they scrambled back on top of the fumble. They lose a ton, though, and now they've got 4th down coming up.
Yeah, recovering it really only brought you one more play. With how much they lost on that play, well, here come the special teams. And now, well, now they got to be special.
The Blues out to get a boot into this one. And this is the first time he's been called on today. He punted a couple of times last week in their loss, and now gets this one away. And he's brought down before the return gets far. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And it'll be their football. First down, ball at the 36. Operating from the gun, here's May. Jerry Jeudy with the grab. And he'll get it up to the 44.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. On third and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
And he won't get it there. Defender finds a throw and breaks it up.
And you ask a lot of your defenders on that field. It is not easy to play defense in today's NFL. Not only stay in their assignment's hip pocket, but to make plays on the ball as it arrives. He was challenged with an intermediate throw, and he swatted it away with ease.
Pickup of 2 here, and that gives them the first.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if he got the first down or not. But in the end, well, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. 2nd and 3 now.
At the 47-yard line.
From the 47. Finding Jeudy. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on second down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about third down at all.
And he won't get anything there. Several defenders nearby to hold him up. Nothing for him on that play as we've hit the 2-minute warning. Started a little slow, but we've arrived at the 2-minute warning. The Riverhogs trailing on the scoreboard. May now from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be a first down.
I'm sure Coach, play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
To the air on first down, May finds Aguilar. And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. Give him an even 10 yards on the play. And it'll give him a first down. Here's May. Connection made to Raheem Mostert. And he gets this down inside the red zone before going out. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
It's now 2nd and 6.
To the air yet again, May. The back's got it. And he pushes all the way to the goal line, but gonna be out at the 1. That's a pickup of 17 yards, partner, and it makes it 1st and goal.
This running back is a mismatch maker. That's how I label him on my little sheet right here. Right under his bio, this guy just creates matchup nightmares for every defender on the field.
Montgomery can't push it across. They make the stand, and it looks like they might have stopped him a little bit behind the line, too.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? But there was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. They'll run in with Montgomery. And he's not going to reach the end zone. They bring him down at the 1. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. Here we go with Montgomery. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
You know, Kate, it's almost like the defense was in the offensive huddle before the play. They dialed up the perfect blitz to encircle and cut off that run, and the reward is they get off the field.
This offense getting to take the field one more time in the half. They're up by 7. We'll see if they choose to just rest on that going into halftime. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Here's a give up the middle. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Brought to the ground by Cameron Bynum. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They're just going to play it safe, sticking with the ground game, it looks like. And he'll have it up to about the 23-yard line on the play. We're through 2 with the Blues overcoming home field advantage to hold this lead. Now we'll jump from South up to North America. Hear from Jonathan Coachman in Orlando with the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. This has been a hard-fought battle thus far. Just the 1 touchdown to this point is still anybody's game at 7-0, as both of these defenses have been out there trying to one-up one another.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the 3rd quarter. Return coming from the 6. He stopped on the return at the 27. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. They give to Montgomery to start the drive. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. It was the rookie from LSU that time on the tackle.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
This finds Likely. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
Oh, he's going to run for it! And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
On 1st down, they'll run with Montgomery. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. Now, after battling on that run, we see one of their linemen appears to be injured and in need of some attention. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Shotgun snap. They're going to throw. Finding Reynolds. And they make the stop, I'm going to say at about the 37-yard line. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the 1st down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. A give up the gut to Montgomery. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Offensive coordinators tell us all the time, big runs only happen with coordinated efforts. Great block in the spring of guys hitting blocks downfield and a back who can show off his wheels.
Going play action, May. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! Recovered by the defense. And they stop him before he gets much on the return.
Yeah, this just can't happen on 1st down. It really can't. I mean, ball security's at a premium on every down, every distance. But on 1st down, it is especially a killer.
The offense getting set to go. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Here's Dak. Short pass brought in. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the gun is Prescott. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. And now they need to get 4 on 3rd down. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Clark Phillips with the pick. And it's a pick 6 as he runs it in for the touchdown. But we all know getting the interception is the important thing, Brock. But how about this guy having the wherewithal to transition into a really nice return to then get the touchdown out of it, too?
Yeah, that's a great point. We talk about it with receivers, right? Getting vertical right away after making a catch. Same thing for these defenders when they make a pick. They secure the football, sure, but instantly they go back to their offensive days. They want that touchdown, and they want a moment they won't forget.
Patterson able to connect on the point after. And the Riverhawks tie this game 7-7. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Here's White on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. This offense getting all set for this series. And they didn't have much time to recover from that pick 6. Need short memories here as they head back out. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Back to the air. Prescott after that pick. Connects with Bateman. And he crosses the sideline a yard or 2 beyond, it looks like the 30. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Blown back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And he's brought down for a loss.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead, did the exact opposite here, Kate. Now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Got use check, and it's complete. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Dak now from the gun. It's taken in by Juszczyk. Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. All down that time by Jonathan Jones. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Trying the right side. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I know they say it any time he comes up in an interview, but they appreciate having him on this defense so much, Kate, because of plays like that one. Those are great instincts. It takes instincts and want to come up and run support, and not many corners can make that stop.
After 3 quarters, we're still neck and neck. Neither side has been able to fully separate. We're tied at 7 apiece as we get ready for the 4th. This drive in jeopardy. Here's a 3rd and 10. Prescott here from the gun. Skips it short of his man. That brings up 4th down.
So many coaches love 3rd downs and practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know got to execute and convert on these 3rd downs.
Here comes their offense out again. They lost it in enemy territory their last time out. Never a spot you want to fumble. So I imagine, Brock, it's going to be 2 hands on the football as they return to the field. Montgomery now up the middle. And he's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards.
Got to be rush hour, Kate, because there's a whole lot of traffic up the middle right there. He ran right into some gridlock, and he could only manage a few yards at most.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark. Really, from the first snap through this second half, there have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered. That's why that scoreboard's not been lit up. You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
No return on that punt. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Now outruns their offense to take over. They struggled to produce on that last series, but better results ahead as they take possession here. 1st and 10, Prescott. DJ Chark there for the catch. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. 2nd and 3 now. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. This finds Chark complete. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
A gain of 7. 1st down and 6.
Here's the lone back on the handoff. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
Decent gain here, but short of the first.
It takes a certain level of fearlessness, craziness to work over the middle of the field in this league. You're fighting through guys as you go, and all the while you know you could take a lick at any time.
Back to throw it. Dump off to his fullback. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. That one ends up a gain of 6. And it sets up 1st down. New set of downs for him from the 46. It's the 2-minute warning from Rio. Blues pushing to get within range for a game winner. New set of downs for him from the 46. Throwing on 1st is Prescott. Throw complete to Juszczyk. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. They get an even 10 on that play. And they're going to have a 1st down. Right up the gut. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their 1st. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. A tight end in motion now. Another carry for him. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Timeout taken by the defense, their 2nd. A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. They give it to him again. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the 1st. To the line we go. They're set, 1st and 10. Back-to-back carries here. And he gets this down to the 22 before being stopped. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7. Back to the well again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. They got 2 yards there, and that leaves them with 3rd down and 5. That one is good! And that, folks, is your game winner! So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And with overtime in their back pocket, they weren't going to lose it at the end, but they still managed to set up the field goal, and he executed the game winner. What a memorable way to win it. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. It's a win for the Blues as we say goodbye from Rio de Janeiro.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Shamrocks and the Orbits, next on Madden Football.
Now from the so-called City Beautiful and home to the Madden studios, this is EA Sports coverage of the National Football League from Orlando, Florida.
Hello again, everyone. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you look at this Orlando team as they enter play, an early season tilt. And when it's an early season tilt, it should be ready to roll.
Well, let's face it, the aches and pains haven't really set in yet, and both teams eyeing a really good start to get things going.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Dubliners, they come in 0-3 and in desperate need of a win.
And as a team...
Fall is in the air, and the NFL season is in full swing, and we're underway here in Week 4.
And he takes this near the 25, just a little past there, call it the 26.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
Commanding the offense will be the 7th overall pick of the 2018 draft. It's Josh Allen.
And his stat line last week, that's not going to get him to the Pro Bowl. All right, no touchdowns, no interceptions, but they won. And so the bottom line for him is team won, managed the game effectively, led them to victory. He's doing all the right things.
Yeah, he did not want to go down there as he carries tacklers for a solid gain of 9. From the 35, here's second down and a yard. Allen now looks to throw. He'll get this to Jennings over the middle. And brought down, but not before reaching the 45-yard line. It's a first down on a gain of 10. In motion goes the tight end. Here's Allen. Forced out to his left. And he'll be down at the 46. So they go from 146 to the other on a pickup of 8. Second and a couple.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 46-yard line.
Straight ahead, it's Irving. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. He got maybe a half yard at most, but officially they'll be left with a 3rd and 2.
Motion to the left with Jennings.
From the gun, it's Allen. Looking for his running back, and he's got it. And he will have a first down here at about the 40. Able to get what they need to keep the drive going with a 6-yard pickup on 3rd down.
First and 10 at the 40-yard line.
On 1st and 10, here's Irving. On a nice burst there as he'll take this inside the 30 to the 28-yard line.
13 yards, and it keeps the drive moving.
They'll stay on the ground with Irving. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. It's 2nd down. So from the 26-yard line, here's a 2nd and 8.
Here's Allen to throw it. He's going to flip that out to the flat. It's complete. Heck of a broken tackle, but only able to work this down near the 23. A minimal gain there on the 8th play of the drive. An 8-play drive to this point. So here's play number 9 on 3rd and 7. And he fires one, but incomplete.
I know tight ends love this route because a lot of times they'll fake a block first and get a little bit of space and then come across the middle because in their mind, they're thinking catch the ball and then drop the hammer on the little guys in the secondary.
Unable to drop the hammer, he just dropped the pass.
So the opening drive does yield points, maybe not the 7 they wanted, but they'll take the 3.
Accumulating first downs does not go up on the scoreboard, but it does go into the DNA of a team that's trying to establish itself to start a game. That has to feel pretty good for them. They'll take the 3.
Yeah, they had 3 first downs and 3 points. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by a former Pro Bowl quarterback out of the University of Georgia, Matthew Stafford.
And it's funny how we always talk about how analytics are starting to creep into the game. One analytic that's been there for a long time, teams that start 0-3 usually don't make the playoffs. So we know one quarterback today that's determined to end that slide right now. It's not impossible, but this is a must-win for him and his team.
The numbers for Pitts in that game a week ago. 4 catches, 69 yards, and a touchdown.
And he's number 6 in the league in receiving yards, and he plays for his team first. But he also, in the back of his mind, he's thinking, if I can get into the top 5, that might affect his bonus in his contract.
Stafford now to throw. Over the middle, and it's incomplete.
When you look at this defense,
they were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
And they needed to be because that game was a game you don't see very often anymore. Low scoring, slugging it out in the trenches. One play can make the difference type of a game, and they got it done.
And he'll be tackled about 2 yards shy of the line to gain. A 1-yard pickup leads to 4th down.
4th and short, partner. I mean, this would be a really risky call. Here we are in the first quarter.
On your own side of the field.
Own side of the field. But, boy, what a tone setter that would be to go for it and get it, wouldn't it?
You're gritty today. I like it.
I'm feeling it.
To punt on 4th down, here's Rigoberto Sanchez. They punted 3 times in the loss last week as he sends this one away. On the return, Jackson escapes the defender. A good return there, 17 yards. And this should be the final play before the quarter ends.
They'll start on the ground with Irving.
And he'll get this up to about the 40. And that run good for 7 yards, and that'll do it for the first quarter of play. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Orlando with the football here to begin the second quarter, as they've got it with a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. To throw, it's Allen. That one complete to his... And a loose football. Well, it looks like one of the DBs has it, and they'll set up shop in enemy territory at the 45-yard line.
We have seen this before, and we know coaches preach about this and work on it all the time. Catch the ball. You know there's going to be some traffic somewhere. They've got to put it away and secure it as they try and get downfield.
Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. In the midst of, well, let's just say a not-so-rosy losing streak. They've got the open week, though, coming up next weekend, so you have to figure this to be a game that they dearly love to have.
Oh, indeed. They have to have this one because that's something positive to take with you when you go away for a few days and it actually...
And touchdown! Tank Dell, his second touchdown on the season. And his guys have taken the lead.
I know these wide receivers are about flash and dash and high-flying plays, but a good number of them played running back at some point in their career, and that's how they finish off a lot of their big plays, run after the catch.
And this time he finishes off the big play in the end zone. Extra point splits the uprights, and that makes it a 7-3 lead. Well, the offense wasn't out there for a long time, but they were out there for a good time. One play, and they're able to hit pay dirt. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. Orlando takes back over on offense. Charles, you got to think the #1 goal here is ball security. Remember, last drive they coughed it up, then they allowed the touchdown, and now they're trailing on the scoreboard.
Boy, the way you described it makes me think that that one actually hurt them 3 times. The fumble cost them potential points. Then they watched their opponent get a touchdown off of the fumble. And third, they lost the lead as a result. Really tough sequence right there. I don't think coaches have to remind them to hold on to the football. They've just got to find a way to get it done.
At the 31-yard line.
And they'll send the tight end in motion here. Play action. Now it's Allen on the move. Allen hit. He lost the football. Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it. So they've got the football, and they'll start right on the edge of the red zone at the 20-yard line.
Whenever I see a team turn it over on back-to-back drives, fumbles on their last 2, I know one person's blood pressure who is starting to rise, and that's the head coach.
Absolutely. And when's it going to go down? When they stop fumbling?
When they stop fumbling and after he's assessed the game film, and only if they manage to win the game.
Dublin's offense now set to take over. They've got the ball in a great spot here, already inside the red zone following that fumble recovery. Following the fumble recovery, Stafford. Over the middle, complete. That's Mitchell. It'll go as a gain of 4, and that'll make it second down. Now Cook running right. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. No gain on the play there, so they're left with a 3rd down and 6. A shotgun snap for Stafford. That is caught. And it looks like he'll be just a yard shy of the 5 here as he's out at the 6. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal. They'll run with Cook. And he's going to press this one forward as they stop it right around the 1. It'll be a gain of 5 there as they move closer. It's 2nd and goal. How about this? They'll try the option. Left side. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Matthew Stafford with his 2nd TD of the game, his 6th on the year. And the Shamrocks are able to stretch out their lead. And maybe the defense caught a little by surprise there that he took off and got in?
Yeah, I would think so, because if you're analyzing it from that side of the ball, you're thinking running back, fullback. It takes you a while before you get to the quarterback.
Sanchez now. He'll kick it away following the touchdown. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. Orlando takes back over on offense.
They are looking to make a bit of a 180. They are sputtering right now.
And frankly, I think it's time to call your playmakers together and say, all right, guys, we're going to lean on you through this patch. We need you to get us back on track and get us going in the right direction. So you're calling plays geared to them. Not necessarily what you look at your plays, oh, this hurts the defense. I want the ball in the hands of X, Y, and Z and see if we can move forward.
So don't get too cute. Go to the playmakers. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. 44 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries.
We really didn't have any doubt that he was going to be one of the top-rated rookies coming into the league, especially as a runner, and he's given us no reason to change our minds. That's a big-time run, and the production that he showed us in college is translating very well into the National Football League.
Allen going to throw. And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's second down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
Throwing now is Allen. That'll be caught by Cup. He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead. Allen. This short throw caught by Goddard. And they get him down about 2 yards shy of the line to gain. A 3rd down pickup of 5.
I thought maybe when he caught, he'd have a good chance of getting that first down, but that's a nice job of holding him up and preventing him from getting to the sticks.
And the punter Bailey on now as he sends this one away. And this will depend on the spot as it sails out of bounds. And they'll say it sailed out at the 10-yard line. Back out comes this offense now late in this first half. And we'll see how this is played. Offensively, they've got the lead. Not a whole lot of time left. What do you think, Charles?
Well, it's tempting to try and add to your lead, but a mistake there, that can change things in a big way. I say go ahead, take the knee, get on out for the half.
He's got a man, complete. And he will step out of bounds all the way down inside the 40. A big play there just before halftime. And even 50 yards.
We spent a lot of time talking about what's going on the field. How about off the field with the evaluation? And they spent a lot of time saying, we've got to get a rookie in here who has big playability. And that's exactly what we're seeing here early in his career.
Drafted him in the spring. Here he is early in the fall making an impact. Here's Stafford. A throw left sideline falls incomplete.
And I can see the officials kind of looking at each other down there, silently wondering, does this meet the level of grounding? Fortunately, he did have a receiver in the area, but I have seen less obvious throwaways called as penalties.
Throwing is Stafford. Swinging this out wide here for Cook. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. In need of a conversion on 3rd down. They had the big play to start the drive. Not much sense. To throw is Stafford. He's got his target. That's complete. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. They get 17 down to the 17, and it's a 1st down. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. Throwing again is Stafford. He's got Cook running the slant. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half. 2nd and 3 from the 9. Back to throw, Stafford. And he's left with no option here but to throw it away.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. Now Stafford. Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Coaches talk about it all the time. Players talk about it as well. Excellent job staying disciplined in coverage and making that stop. Inside the red zone, every stop like that could be preventing a possible touchdown.
And his kick is good. And they will stretch the lead now to 17-3. Still a little bit of time left here in the second quarter, but they do get 3 before the half and expand that lead.
And they have to be happy about that. And we haven't met a team yet that doesn't put an emphasis on trying to get points on the board in the last 2 minutes of a half. They'll be real excited to have those up on the board.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And from this spot in the field with the clock where it's at, you think we're just going to see a knee and that's it?
And I think in this situation, that's the proper play. But we do know there's some risk takers out there that may want to take one more shot before the clock runs out.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Hi again, everybody. Let's get you caught up with what's going on around the NFL as we close out the first quarter of this season. The highlights are fairly one-sided to this point. It's a 2-touchdown difference here at the break, but I wouldn't call this one over just yet. I think there could still be some fireworks yet to come.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. 17-3 the score as we resume action for the second half on EA Sports. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more, because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it, but I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities, and I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them in the locker room at halftime.
Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. And he's going to be down at the 35. Gain of 7. Here's 3rd and 3. Now it's Stafford. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
Well, it's too early to figure out what kind of adjustments this defense made at halftime, but that's a good start to the second half. They can not afford to give up more points and fall further behind, so well done to force the punting situation here.
As Sanchez on to punt here as he sends this one away. Here's Jackson to return. This will be a 41-yard punt, 3 on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The Orbits offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And, Charles, they're certainly still right in this game, but they need that offense to wake up and in a hurry.
Yeah, I like the way you put it. They certainly did seem to sleepwalk a bit in the first half. Now that their defense has done its job, it's their turn now to go out and try and get some points.
Well, right off the bat, it's a first down to start the drive, 12 yards. A run up the middle with Irving. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on second down.
Good yardage there on first down. Exactly what you want. Get yourself set up to keep making first downs, keep the clock running. And if they're smart, you're starting to milk the clock. No hurry before you run your second down play.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Working out of the shotgun. Here's Allen. This short throw caught by Goddard. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down. From midfield, here's Allen. Got his man complete over the middle. That's Jennings. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Hauled in left side here by Jennings. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch, and that will bring up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 32-yard line.
Here's a handoff to Irving. And he stopped immediately there. They'll say no gain on the play there, and now it'll be 3rd down. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks.
Brings up 3rd down and 5.
Now Allen. And that is incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
So the 3 points there, and CD, that helps them inch a bit closer.
Yeah, partner, when you're losing, any points you see go on the board in your favor, you're happy to take them.
After the field goal, here's Butker to kick it away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. They had that first half lead, but they have been shut down here in this 3rd quarter, so time to retool a bit.
And probably need to tap into that emotional vein that gets them back to really playing hard and effectively. Because a lot of times we think it's just play calls and this isn't working and they're shutting them down. Sometimes when you get a lead, you lose your edge. You don't play quite as hard. That's what they're looking for here.
Trying to get that edge back as they've watched this lead shrink a little. And he'll bring it up here to right at the 40-yard line. 4 yards the pickup, 1st down. Now Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. The result, only 4 yards there on the play. And it's 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 6 at the 43-yard line.
Here's Stafford. That's to Cook out of the backfield. So the completion gets him just a yard, and it brings up 3rd and 5 now.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
Welcome back live to Orlando as we are set to bring you the home stretch here, the 4th quarter. Stafford. And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on 3rd down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to. Critical play in this football game, because if they pick up the first there, that clock keeps rolling.
Has to be a little frustrating for them because they know that if they pick up a first down there and continue to eat away at the clock, really increases their chances of closing this one out. Now they're likely going to have to give the football up and sweat it out on the sideline.
42-yard punt, 6 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. Here's Allen.
He's going to rifle one deep left side. And got his man complete. And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45. A big pickup of 38.
And here's a spot where this offense says, we got to start making something happen. We're down 2 scores. It's the 4th quarter. We've got to start moving with some urgency. And here's a big play that gives them a ray of hope that they can get back in this one.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. In motion left goes Jennings. Allen now looks to throw. This pass to Jennings, and he makes the catch. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2.
Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. So from the 37, here's 2nd and 2.
To throw, it's Allen. That's caught by Jennings. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down. They'll send a receiver in motion left. And again, it's Allen. This short throw caught by Goddard. It'll be a gain of just a yard, and it'll be 2nd down. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. They're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
That'll be caught. It's Cup. And finally down he goes as they work it inside the 10 to the 7. Here's Allen to throw it. Steps away to his left. And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Josh Allen taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Orbits have made it a 1-score game again here in the 4th.
This is a great decision right here. Out of the pocket to his left, and he knows if he waits too long, the defense is going to be all over him. So he makes a decision to go and wins the race to the pylon.
All right, now a big 2-point conversion attempt still to come. They're going to keep it on the ground. And he will get into the end zone as a 2-point conversion is successful. And the lead is down to a field goal here in the 4th. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away.
And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. They've been asleep for a little while on this side of the football, Charles, and the score is just a 1-score game now. Haven't had any points this half. What gives?
Let's go old school here. All right, let's get back to the basics. Get back to running the football, high percentage throws. Find the guys that eat pressure and make plays for you and make sure they touch it.
And he gets this one just shy of the 40, down at the 39. A gain of 11 to kick off the drive, and it's a quick 1st down. They run again on 1st down. Cook. And he'll work this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down.
And we have an injury on the play, and it looks like the running back, James Cook, is the one who's down. From the 42-yard line, here's 2nd down and 7.
Stafford now to throw. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to drop him.
Now that was a passer's nightmare. The front door totally shut down by the defense, so he kept going backwards, hoping to find another avenue of escape. It didn't exist.
possibly a turning point. Big play coming. This is 3rd and long. Three points separating these two sides with 2 minutes left to go in the 4th. So it's our visitors with the football as we get you reset. They're facing a critical 3rd down now as they try to hold on to this lead.
Here's the first carry of the game for Zach Moss.
And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go. Now here's Rigoberto Sanchez as he'll punt it away for the 4th time today. Here's Jackson. It's a 45-yard punt, then 8 on the return.
And they will take over 1st and 10.
Josh Allen in the offense now. Down by a field goal. A little under 1:50 remaining. How will this thing pan out? We'll watch as they come up on 1st down.
To throw is Allen.
And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. There have been quite a few plays they might look back on and say, we really have hurt ourselves, and that was another example.
And this is late game execution. Everything on the line, so it all has to come together properly. The throw's made. Where's the catch? Got to catch in that spot.
And down right around the 32-yard line, 4 yards on the pickup. And that will be incomplete.
Well, he's smart enough to avoid the taunting rule, but I'll guarantee he quietly has told them, you might want to stop coming after me downfield because I just broke up another pass and took away a big shot that you were trying to succeed with.
That is caught, and he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the 1st down.
Throwing, Allen.
And his throw is going to be incomplete.
Whew, that's certainly not the worst thing. It stops the clock and lets your offense catch its breath and lets us exhale a little bit. Now I expect them to call a couple plays in the huddle so they're ready if a tackle happens inbounds.
And some room to run now. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory.
Here's Allen.
That is caught. It's the tight end Goddard. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25.
Now Allen.
Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back. Complete. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll stop it with 25 ticks remaining on the clock.
Allen on the handoff. This is Irvin.
And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line.
Well, this fan base on a losing side, Charles, they're going to be talking about this one for a while. They ultimately decided to try to come up with a touchdown on that last play when all they needed was the field goal to force overtime.
Yeah, and the reasoning behind it, that's what we're all waiting to hear because sometimes there's things that we don't see on the surface. Did the coach feel like, you know, if he tied the game, they couldn't go any farther, they had too many injuries? I'm not sure what was going on there, but I'm with you. I'm stunned they didn't try and kick the field goal there.
So for the Dubliners, it took a few weeks, but they finally get their first one of the season here in Week 4. And they'll be able to enjoy this one through the bye week before they get back at it again. Meanwhile, for Orlando, they'll fall back to 500 at 2-2. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. I'm Brandon Gaudin. Certainly have to thank Charles Davis, my broadcast partner, and our entire crew. We'll catch you next time right here. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and there's no love lost between these AFC South foes. It's the Golden Eagles and the Pioneers, and it's kicking off next on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to the Lone Star State and the Alamo City of San Antonio, Texas. Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gordon along with Charles Davis. And Charles, we take a look at this San Antonio team as they enter play. And losers their last time out, so they'll look to make amends here.
And one of the best ways you can do that is to be at home, and they are. They're going to try and ride that home crowd and that wave of emotion to a victory in this one.
Meanwhile, from Mexico City, our visitors, they come in at an early crossroads here, facing a tough opponent on the road where a loss would make them 0-3. Here's the former Florida Gator, Eddie Pinheiro, to get us started. And off we go from San Antonio. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their quarterback, the rookie from the University of Washington.
And when you watch young men come into the league, you know they're not going to continue to be the same quarterback they were in college. You expect to see improvement, but you do see many of the same attributes. This guy, even as a rookie, a lot of poise, understanding the offense. He's fully in control out there. To me, he has the makings of a real field general type of a player, someone who doesn't get rattled when the pressure's on.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. On the run, this is J.K. Dobbins. And this winds up a gain of 4 to the 41. When you look at this defense, they enter this one number 13, Charles, in the NFL in stopping the run.
They're not an elite unit. They're not, as what you'd say, the top part of the league against the run. They're a solid group, though. They do a good job. What they're looking for in this one, though, is an elite performance.
So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. To the air, Penix. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he goes out of bounds. It looks like right at the 50. It'll be a pickup of 4. Good enough to earn him yet another first down. From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. Oh, one of the linebackers has got it. And they take possession of the football and have it at the 36-yard line. And now, meanwhile, after the dust settles on the fumble, we've got an injured player here as well. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Following that fumble recovery, it's Murray. This will be taken in by Michael Pittman. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. 2 yards to go, second down. To throw, it's Murray. That's complete to Traylon Burks. And he'll be out of bounds as he gets this down about the 21 or 22. Now the NFL's leading rusher in 2021, Jonathan Taylor. Just a yard on the pickup there, and it'll bring up a 2nd and 9. They go to the ground again with Taylor. And able to fight forward inside the 15 to the 13. Call it an 8-yard gain. Much better shape now on 3rd and just a yard. They'll try and run for the first with Taylor. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9. Give him a gain of 4. Able to convert, and that sets up 1st and goal now. Murray going to throw. And it's caught. And he'll be brought down here at the 3-yard line. That's good for a gain of 6, second and goal. From the gun, Murray out to his left. Feeling the pressure here and taken down. A sack back at the 7. Jermaine Johnson credited with that sack.
When you're this close to the goal line, you've got to expect pressure from the defense, so the ball's got to come out fast. Got to get out of his hands quicker.
Flushed out right. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Kyler Murray, his 5th touchdown now on the year. And the Golden Eagles take the early turnover and convert it into an opening touchdown. They were looking to pass the ball there, but they forgot to account for the man with the football.
Yeah, I can hear people right now saying, well, why don't you have a spy in your defense, someone who will dance with him and go where he goes? Well, oftentimes if you utilize a spy, you've taken away someone in coverage as well. And oftentimes, the spy, not as athletic as the guy he's trying to keep up with, so he gets defeated anyway.
And he turns 3rd and goal into a touchdown. 7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Now, early on, you know, Charles, every game could be called a measuring stick game. But I think when it comes within your division like this, it's a measuring stick game with a little extra intrigue.
I would agree with that totally because all division games have a little extra to them. But I like where this game is situated because at this stage of the season, it has that little extra juice. But at the same time, it's not a make or break if this were, let's say, week 15, 16, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Second quarter now, San Antonio in possession as they've got it with a 1st and 10. On the counter now, it's Dobbins. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
They have 3 tight ends in that formation. That's almost a universal sign that they're planning to run the football. But how about the defense there? They met force with force and caused a stack up behind the line of scrimmage and threw him for a loss.
And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on, 3rd down. But backed up here, tough spot, needing 11 yards to pick up the 1st. And unable to connect, incomplete. I'll give them credit, they took their shot, but it's going to bring up 4th down.
They decided the opportunity was there and launched a deep ball, but he was unable to get away from the defender, couldn't create space, couldn't uncover at the end of the route, and that one winds up incomplete.
And this will be out of bounds. Now it's a question of where they'll mark it, and they'll say it crosses at the 11-yard line. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. They'll be looking to duplicate that first drive, the one that got them that 7-0 lead.
Of course they would. I mean, look, they're on the road. So getting the 7-0 lead was huge for them, right? Imagine getting up 2 touchdowns on the road, taking the crowd out of the game. It'd be ideal.
They'll give him 4 yards there, and that'll bring up 2nd down. To throw is Murray. Going to the right here and finding Burks. And he'll be out of bounds right around the 20. Play action. Now it's Murray. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Give him the 3rd down conversion, 5 yards on the play. Murray now. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. Jermaine Johnson. That is now 2 sacks for him here in this first half. 2nd and 14 as they've got work to do here after the sack. Throwing now is Murray. There's a short throw caught by Sanders. And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27. And this offense on third down today, a perfect 3 for 3 as they look to keep that streak going. This is 3rd and 8. He had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Well, he certainly thought he had a window to push that ball downfield, but as soon as he released the throw, the corner was there to slam that window shut.
On is the punter, Hecker, as he gets this one away. It's a 44-yard punt, just 3 on the return. Back out comes San Antonio. As we eat closer and closer to intermission, Charles, remember last time out they punted. They would love to get points here, especially if this is going to be their final possession of the first half.
Yeah, and this is what close games feel like because the pressure is on both sides, but sometimes the pressure is a little bit higher on the team with the slight edge because they're trying to hold on to that, trying to increase it. Let's see how this one continues.
2nd down and 8.
Brings up 2nd and 8 at the 33-yard line.
Milton. Left side here taken in by Metcalf. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. Coming up at halftime in a little less than 2 minutes, we'll send you to Orlando where Jonathan Coachman is standing by. He'll have highlights and analysis of this first half. Throwing is Milton. Man open downfield, it's Metcalf. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or 2 shy of the 10. Give him 30 yards there.
As my dad would say sometimes, I'm just scratching my head here trying to figure out what was going on there defensively. How did you lose him in the middle of the field? If you're going to lose a receiver, make sure it's someone on the short side of things, not deep downfield, that can hurt your defense.
Here's Milton now to throw. Now, quick throw there, going to be batted away and incomplete.
The quarterback got away with one there. Looked like he was in line for a pick, but instead, it's knocked harmlessly to the turf.
Here's Milton. And this one incomplete. Too much contact to hold on to that one, and it's 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down and 10.
Now Milton. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked up by Charvarius Ward.
Definitely not the ideal time to see that mistake, partner, because this is still a one-possession game, and that's at least a field goal that just vanished with that turnover. Now, pressure's on defensively to prevent that pick from turning into points for the other side.
Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. And now with still more than a minute to go in what's been a tight game, you figure we'll try to see them move the ball downfield.
And remember, they get the kickoff to start the second half, so this is a golden opportunity for them to go down there and put up a couple of sixes back-to-back. What a momentum swing that would be.
Yeah, you might be able to get a 2-for-1 without ever even giving up the football. Now 2nd and 7 from the 23. Here's Murray. Can't get away, and he's taken down. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts, as the stoppage will come with a little under a minute to go in this first half. Going to need a crafty play call here. 14 yards is what they need to try to convert this thing. On 3rd down, here's Taylor. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. And we've got an injured player, and that's Travis Kelce, who appears to be in a bit of discomfort. So on 4th down, here's Johnny Hecker to punt it away. 46 on his first kick. This one in that neighborhood as well. Fair catch called for and taken right near the 30-yard line. For the Pioneers offense and DK Metcalf getting ready to go back to work. And seemingly every time they've looked his way in this first half, it has resulted in a big play, as borne out by the numbers. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. With this slim deficit closing in on the end of the first half, we'll see if they can move this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 out of this drive. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with 40 seconds remaining in this first half. Throws to his man on the out route. It's complete. That's Robinson. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
To throw, it's Milton. This one hauled in, and again it's Robinson. And he'll cross over out of bounds right at the 25. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
But it appears that they read man defense and went to the out route, and what you have to do on that one is the receiver's got to make sure he works the defender towards the middle of the field to give himself space to cut to the outside and have that ball delivered with good timing, and they got it done.
To throw is Milton. Over the middle, he completes it to Robinson. They get him to the ground right on the cusp of the red zone after a pickup of 5 or 6. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. A quick target here, complete to Metcalf. Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. Santos' kick is up and through, and that will do it for this first half. So we've reached intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we'll get you over to Orlando, where standing by is Jonathan Coachman. He has our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you, too, in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. It was a solid first half for the always dangerous Kyler Murray. He was able to take it in himself for the game's only touchdown. And you wonder if this coaching staff will ask him to do a bit more the rest of the way. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation and pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
And he gets this to the 35. Good for a gain of 5.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right, he's pretty much been completely neutralized. And he will have a first down here at about the 40. 5 yards on the scramble, and that's enough to pick up the first.
No surprise to see his sideline fired up by that big play. Heck, we're fired up, and we're supposed to be neutral. That's a quarterback putting his body on the line to fight and just barely get the first down. When he does something like that, it gets everyone ready to lay it all out there and try and match his intensity.
1st and 10, Taylor now. Taken down at the 42.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Here's a 2nd and 8. Here's Murray.
He'll find a man over the middle. It's Pittman. It'll be a gain of 5. And now we've got a 3rd and 3. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Murray now to throw. And this is going to be incomplete.
And so many times we look at the opening drive of the third quarter as a tone setter, and many coaches do emphasize it, and that's a strong performance there defensively to force incompletion and, more importantly, force a quick punting situation.
And this is going to be ruled out, I think, just inside the 20. Yes, it will. Side judge calls it at the 19-yard line. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And with the way this offense has played thus far, to be frank, they got to feel pretty grateful to be in the ball game.
I would agree with you totally, because they've done all of nothing offensively in this game, yet they still find themselves in a position on this drive where a touchdown can give them the lead. They need to take advantage of it.
Yeah, they're still looking for that first touchdown here in the third quarter. All they have so far, the field goal. They'll throw with Penix. It's complete to Robinson. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Here's Penix. He's got his man downfield. It's Robinson. And he'll go down, but not before getting us inside the 30. That one good for 37 yards.
Despite writing it down on my notes, I never give enough credit to the offensive line, and we have to here. The protection, that's what made this play a success. Quarterback had to wait for his crossing route to develop, and that takes a little bit of extra time. Excellent job by the big fellas up front.
Penix to the air once more. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Josh Sweat rushing in and bringing him down to the ground.
I know there'll be a little bit of criticism there because they went right back to the air after the huge pickup and end up getting sacked. That's often a play that you make. You feel like you've got momentum on your side.
Unfortunately, the O-line failed to hold up to try to keep that momentum going. A short throw to Conklin, the tight end. This will be a gain of about 8 to the 27-yard line. Tough spot here, 3rd down and 11. Looking to throw, Penix. Opted to run for it. The decision a good one. Picking up the first, getting 14 yards on the scramble.
Haven't met a quarterback yet that didn't enter the league with a massive chip on his shoulder if he wasn't a first-round pick. They want to show the league that they made a big mistake. Determined to get the first down there. No hesitation at all to tuck it and go. I bet he would have tried running through their entire defense if it meant reaching that marker.
And looking to throw, Penix. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. That will go as a pickup of 7 on the 7th play of the drive. We have played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in San Antonio, as it looks like we are just about set and ready to begin with the 4th. From the shotgun, it's Penix. He'll swing this out to Dobbins. And he'll be brought down here at the 3-yard line. A stoppage here for an injury, and not what you want to see. J.K. Dobbins in a little bit of pain after that last play. Only way to get the lead here, of course, with a touchdown, and that's what they're gunning for on 1st and goal. They run it with Mason. And he's able to break out of 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down. It's a gain of a couple, and it'll be 2nd and goal. So they've been in the red zone 3 times, and it's yielded just 3 points. Can they find the end zone here on 2nd and goal? And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Jordan Mason, his first touchdown on the year. And the Pioneers put together a 4th quarter drive to take the lead.
And this is a time of game where offensive lines can really dictate a team's fortunes. It's been a tough battle. They've been out there for a long time. But this was a question of who can wear down who. And that's excellent work to put a long drive together and finish it with a touchdown run to take the lead.
Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And able to get this out to the 25. Out is Mexico City now to go on offense. We certainly have a good one on our hands. They're trailing after that last touchdown, but now a chance for this offense to try to snag that lead right back here in the fourth quarter. And he's swallowed up right near the line of scrimmage. Call it no gain on the play, and it'll be second down. Again, it's Taylor. And nowhere for him to go again. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's him. Officially nothing on that one. No gain, so they're left with still 10 to go on third down. Murray going to throw. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. But it looks like one of the DBs has it. And they take over already 5 yards deep into the red zone at the 15-yard line.
That feels like an accumulation of the pressure we've seen all game. I mean, he's been on the turf a whole lot because of sacks. Eventually, something else happens as well, and this time it was a turnover.
Yeah, caught up to him. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And they'll be hoping to work a little clock and try to add on to this slim fourth quarter lead. But whatever happens on this drive, certainly a huge fumble recovery by their defense at this juncture. Now Penix. Middle of the field, it's Robinson. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. It's a good gain of 11, sets him up first and goal. To the air, Penix. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Mozzie Smith, he fought through to record the sack.
Well, there's still time to rectify this situation because the silver lining, they took a sack on first and goal. But that close to the goal line, that still definitely hurts.
It's second and goal, but now all the way back at the 14. In motion left, Robinson. And he'll get it here on the touch pass. Oh, there's a nice move by Robinson. This carry, despite the extra effort, will be stopped short of the 10. It's a pickup of 3, but still a little work to do on third and goal.
It's now third and goal.
They'll run for the first time with Tyler Bidet. And he goes backwards here, losing yardage back to the 16.
Well, they certainly didn't appear to be fired up about their options throwing the football. So, to me, this seems like a case of just kind of taking their medicine there, run the ball, see if they could pick up something. Instead, they were throwing for a loss.
3 points separating these two sides with 2 minutes left to go in the fourth. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They're looking at a fourth down now as they try to hold on to this lead for dear life. Santos' kick is up and through, and the lead stretches to 6 here. It's 13-7. So they get to 3, but you wonder now, is that going to be enough?
Excellent question, because when I look at the smiles on that side of the field, they're a little tight, aren't they? If they had scored a touchdown there, those would be big half-moon grins right now because they'd feel a whole lot better about their position.
And a touchdown in the other direction, all of a sudden they're down. And they'll have very good starting field position as he's up just shy of the 40. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down by 6, a minute 53 remaining. How will this thing pan out? We'll watch as they come up on first down. Back to throw, Murray. Pass complete to Taylor. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. They'll come up now, 2nd and 9. Murray to throw. Completes this to Jefferson.
Gosh, given the time in the short game, would he have been better off just dropping that?
Yeah, when you look at the clock, you think so, but it's hard to get a receiver to drop a football. They're trained to catch everything.
Into the hands of Sanders. And he's got enough for the first across midfield to the 48. To throw is Murray. Complete. Jefferson the target. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming second down play. Now Murray. Another one on this play for Justin Jefferson. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. He'll look to throw. And that is caught. Touchdown. And they're an extra point away from taking the lead here in the final minute. Now they can boot it through on the always important extra point, and then their defense has to hold up their end of the bargain.
And there's something that you've pointed out in numerous games that we've worked. Okay, the excitement's going on. Everyone's celebrating over there. Who's calling up the defense to make sure they're focused because they still have some work to do?
Pinheiro now to add the extra point. And this puts him on top by a penny. It's 14-13. That time a 6-play drive. And it was all capped off by Justin Jefferson's touchdown reception. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. So now the story changes. Trailing by a point. A little over 40 seconds to go. And they need about 35 yards to get in range for a winner as they come up on first down. A dump off for Mason. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 37 seconds to play. Back to throw. And his throw here is incomplete. This definitely 4-down territory at this point, but a critical 3rd down here. He's back to throw. He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
With that incompletion, reality is staring them right in the face. This entire game is down to the next snap.
They are going for it. Penix. He's going to let it fly. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and that'll be just about all she wrote for this one.
4th down, and they take to the air, which really isn't a major surprise, but how about the coverage? They're able to bat it down.
Out is Mexico City now to go on offense. And still 2 timeouts defensively, but even if they choose to use those, 3 kneel downs should be enough to get out of here with a victory.
And that's exactly what's being stated into the head coach's headset. Oftentimes they have a guy upstairs who monitors this at the end of the game. A little clock management 101.
And they take a knee. Now the defense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 18 seconds remaining. And they'll indeed take a knee. What a finish in this one, Charles. You know, this group, they come in, they have to fight a hostile atmosphere every snap. They get the late score, they get the victory, and that flight home, it's going to be a little sweeter after this one.
And Brandon, just like you, I was fired up for that last sequence. How about that? Wouldn't you have loved to have been in the huddle when they were mounting that game-winning drive? Big-time moment. No one shied away from it. They tuned out the crowd, kept their heads, and executed the way they needed to earn that win.
So for Mexico City, the preparation pays off as they pick up their first win on the year. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for San Antonio, they'll fall back to 500 at 2-2. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. So for our entire crew, alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
It's week 4 of the National Football League, and it's presented by EA Sports. It's the Voyagers and the Monarchs, coming up next.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League finds us down under in the beachside city of Melbourne, Australia. Alongside my broadcast partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, think about this Melbourne club entering play. Now, losers their last time out, so they'll look to make amends here.
And one of the best ways you can do that is to be at home, and they are. They're going to try and ride that home crowd and that wave of emotion to a victory in this one.
Meanwhile, for visiting Virginia Beach, an early season tilt. And when it's an early season tilt, should be ready to roll.
Well, let's face it,
Charles and I have been looking forward to this one all week. And we are underway here down under. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their rookie quarterback, the latest in a long line of NFL QBs from USC.
And when you watch him play, you see even early in his NFL career, he's a guy that has the ability to change a game with his legs, and that's really important early on to understand who he is. And his coaching staff, they do. I think they're going to let him freewheel it a bit out there because they know how difficult it is for defenses to try and keep him hemmed in.
And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. 25 yards that time.
First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Running right, here's Brown. And he'll get this into enemy territory, but not by much as he's down to the 48. Making the stop that time, Bobby Wagner. From the 48-yard line, here's the second down and 9. To the air, Williams. That finds the former Raven, Devin Duvernay. So the completion results there in 9 yards. And that'll leave him with a third and just a yard. Now a give, left side, Brown with it. They'll be marked inches short. No gain on the play, and
That's going to lead him to 4th down. Remember, that was less than a yard. That was not a full yard. That defense, they were having none of it.
Yeah, the surge the offensive line was seeking actually occurred on the other side of the ball. They reestablished the line of scrimmage and stuffed them.
They'll go. Here's Williams. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And they're able to get this one past the 30 down to the 25. 4th down, no problem. Just a ho-hum pickup of 14 to keep the offense on the field.
Looking to throw is Williams. That's caught left side by Simmons.
And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown.
Ben Simmons
with his first career NFL touchdown.
And the Monarchs are on the board first here this afternoon. So they get their tight end away from the line to the outside, and he works his way in for 6.
Tight ends are not just blockers anymore. I don't know how many more times we need examples, but here's a great one. Gets to the outside, they give him the ball pretty quickly, and they trust him to get those extra yards, and boy, did he come through, bowling his way into the end zone after the nice catch.
Extra point by Seibert, up and good, and that makes the score 7-0.
7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 2020 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
And the numbers were not pretty. I mean, they don't look right. When you throw 2 interceptions, no touchdown passes, there's no way to really make that work. But I thought there were a lot of positives in watching his game tape. I think he's close to putting out a good performance. Let's see if he can flip those numbers around in this game. And, of course, rally his team to a win. On any explosive run, you can almost feel the ground shaking, and that's from the offensive linemen creating space for their runners. I had an old coach tell me before, they always told his runners, run around the offensive line in pregame. Get used to the ground shaking so you don't trip and fall when it happens in a game.
And he'll get it out near the 40 to the 39. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
Love going to keep it on the option.
And getting this just shy of midfield, they'll spot it at the 49.
A pause now as they tend to an injured player. And it's the quarterback, Jordan Love. He's shaken up out there.
Now Flacco. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. Points 1, 2, and 3 in their defensive game plan was to get to the quarterback and knock the ball free. They did it there. Luckily, offense hangs on to it.
Yeah, that's got to serve as a wake-up call, though, because they can't afford to let the ball go over to the defense and miss opportunities. And I'm not saying it happened here, but you know what a good rule of thumb is when a play like that occurs? You know who usually recovers it? The guy who missed his block and let his quarterback get hit.
Throwing on 2nd and long. Flacco. He finds Douglas complete.
Now 3rd down and very long.
Here's Flacco.
Throw caught by Achane.
And he'll get it out a couple yards shy of midfield at the 48. They do get 10 back, but still a ways to go on 4th.
When you run a screen pass really well, you got to like the look of it because so many parts come together to make it work well. The offensive linemen, where they're faking people out, the back slipping out there, catching the football, then all of them going together as one unit downfield. A really nice pickup.
Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive.
Well, just 2 series in here, Charles, but everything's gone to script so far. They got a touchdown on their first drive. Their defense holds, and now they've got a chance to take a 2-score lead.
And to co-sign with you, exactly the start they scripted up. And really, that kind of start, that can set the tone for the game for them.
A gain of 2 brings up 2nd and 8.
After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession. From the 22, here's 2nd and 8. As they've got it as we resume action. To throw, it's Williams. This will be caught by Brown. Just a gain of a couple there. And now 3rd down and 6 to go.
Well, offensively, that's the mismatch that you want. You want to force a linebacker to try and cover your back out of the backfield, out in some open space. But linebackers nowadays, they run like backs, and they take a lot of pride in covering. What a nice play he made there in the open field. Partner, we've got ourselves a ball game, and those guys on defense, they came to play. Slipped up on their first series, but they're definitely settling in now and letting it be known that points won't come so easy again.
Great coverage there, holds him to a 2-yard return following a 50-yard punt. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. The last series form a little disappointing, forced a punt. And now they'll try to do better here and come away with some points as they begin this drive. 1st and 10. Flacco. Pass complete to Jalen Tolbert. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down. 2nd down and a little more than a yard here. Play action. Flacco. He's going to sling this deep downfield. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there trying to take a shot, but it's 3rd down. They'll run for it with Achane. And he's going to have the 1st down at about the 38. Give him 3 yards and a fresh set of downs.
I think I saw a lot of shoulders just drop there. And what I mean by that is they finally were able to relax a little bit because that was an important play call. They needed to pick up that 1st down at this stage of the game.
Yeah, couldn't afford another quick drive and out. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. So not quite a 1st down just yet as they come up on 2nd and less than a yard. Passing play, Flacco. That's caught left side by Neighbors. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Out of the gun, here's a give to Achane. And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. That's going to go as a loss of 4, and it'll be 2nd down. To pass, Flacco. He finds his man, complete. That's Douglas. They'll wind up getting 10 back as that sets him up for 3rd down. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the 1st down. From the gun, Flacco. That is caught. And he's going to get this inside the 30. Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down. 2 minutes on the clock, 2nd quarter, 7-0 ball game. A reminder that when halftime rolls around, Jonathan Coachman will have all the highlights and analysis of this first half of play from our studios in Orlando. That one taken in by Neighbors. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. They go pass again with Flacco. They set up the screen. Achane has it. And he's down inside the 5 at the 4 before he's out of bounds. Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another 1st down. Here's Flacco. His pass caught at the 4. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. So the ball position now at the 3. Here's 2nd and goal. Flacco. And he's going to go down. Sacked right around the 17. Montez Sweat, the man that time to fight in and drop him.
And another long drive from the offense, but the defense is denying them the end zone. Nothing to show for the last drive offensively. They can't come away empty-handed again.
Way back at the 17 now after the loss. It's 3rd and goal. Now Flacco. Over the middle, taken in by Neighbors. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. The kick by Elliott is good. So a long drive gets him down inside the 5, but ultimately they settle for just the field goal.
And I have to think that if maybe they were a yard closer, that would have made their decision tougher, and I think they likely would have gone for it. But in this situation, they just decided to take the 3, and I think it was a smart move.
And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. One more go for this offense in the first half. And with a 7-3 lead, we'll see how aggressive they want to be. To throw, Williams. To the right side and caught by Simmons. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half. Here's Williams. That's caught. It's Josh Downs. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. To the air, Williams. Throw out right, pulled in by Downs. And he's got this down a yard or 2 shy of the 40 before he's out of bounds. Now a 2nd and 6. To the air once more, Williams. Open man is Duvernay. And he gets this down inside the 35 before going out of bounds. So even though it's first down, here's the field goal unit on now to try to get 3 before halftime. Seibert able to knock this one through. And they push the lead up to a touchdown now at 10-3. Maybe a little fortunate there. That was leaking a little, maybe leaking a lot, but he got it.
Yeah, he actually was able to make it work. How about the body language, though, right? As he's watching that ball leak to the right, trying to bring it back in, and had just enough to get it done.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And with 5 seconds to go, this will likely be our final play. He's going to float this one deep right side. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we send you to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Hi again, everybody. Let's get you caught up with what's going on around the NFL as we close out the first quarter of this season. In the first half, it was the man from USC, Caleb Williams, who put on a solid performance. He has a touchdown pass, and that amounted to the only touchdown of the game for either team thus far.
All right, Coach, thanks. Yeah, both teams likely to make some changes in what's been a closely fought battle to this point. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. It's been a tight game to this point. What do they need to do, Charles, to break through in the second half and take the lead?
Well, I think the first thing they need to do is thank their defense for keeping them in this game. You know, I think the defense is saying back to them, Why don't you guys focus on getting some first downs, put some drives together, give us a little bit of a break here. If we can get some rest, we'll play even better for you. And, oh, by the way, pay off a few of those drives with some points, too.
Throwing. Love. Finding Otten once more. That one a first down pickup of 8.
And Otten picks up a first down, and he's hoping to take the next step here in year 3 after setting new career highs in practically every major category a season ago.
And good space to operate there as he takes this down inside the 35-yard line. 40 yards rushing for him now on just 6 carries to this point.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, and I know the great ones always think to themselves, just hang in there. I'm just one big carry away from busting this open. That's a good start for him.
Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last 2 plays. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. Now Love. And it'll be intercepted.
They were well aware of the scoreboard as they went into halftime, and they know how tough it's been to put up any kind of points. But there's a positive after that play, is that they were able to take a shot in the end zone on their opening drive of this half. The negative, though, that shot at 6 ended in an interception, and we know that's not going to jumpstart this struggling offense.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And their defense just helped them out by getting the football back on the opening drive here in the second half. And now can the offense follow through with points on their first possession?
And that's a big one for them because after the work the defense has done, they've got a chance here to open up this lead.
And he'll be corralled right around the 34. First play of the drive going for 14 and a first down. That catch is number 819 of his career. It ties him with Hall of Famer Steve Largent,
who did things largely below the radar. Not this guy. 819 catches, that speaks loudly in volumes.
Throwing is Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. And he gets this to the other side of midfield across the 45 before going out. Good work after the catch, going to net him 23 and a first.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space, and it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run after the catch to pick up really nice yardage.
It's a pickup of 4, and it'll bring up second down.
It's now 2nd and 6.
Looking to throw is Williams. And this taken in by Downs. 7 yards on the quick slant and a first down. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Give him a couple on the carry there, 2nd and 8.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 29-yard line.
To throw, it's Williams. He's got his tight end over the middle, T.J. Hawkinson. That catch puts him over 70 yards receiving now as he's got a first down. From the gun, a give to Brown. Looking for a seam, but finding none. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. No gain on the play. It'll be second down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Right back to Brown. And not even back to the line of scrimmage this time as they're on him quickly once more. It'll go as a loss of a yard, so now they deal with 3rd and 11. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his 3rd down play as we've played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports.
Back now here on EA Sports. 9th play of the drive coming up, and certainly not an easy one on 3rd and long. Back to throw. Williams. Pressure applied, and he's going to be taken down. They sack him back at the 33-yard line. Derek Hall in there that time to get him to the turf.
Well, many times when you talk about mobile quarterbacks, you get the sense that they feel like they can get out of any bad situation. They keep moving around and trying to emulate guys like the Scrambler or the Dodger. Instead, they keep losing yardage and digging themselves a hole that they can't get out of.
On for the field goal. A 50-yard attempt.
Seibert's kick is good, and they will stretch their lead to 10 now at 13-3. So that CD, an important one here in the 4th quarter.
And that importance cannot be overstated. All eyes on both sidelines were staring that one down all the way. The significance is that they made it a 2-score game. Still lots of time left to go, but likely that was their goal at the start of the drive. Get 3 points, make it a 2-score game, and they were able to get it done.
And here's the Virginia Beach offense out and ready to go again. A tougher task for them now. That turnover on their last possession led to the field goal, meaning that they have to now try to erase a 2-score deficit here in the 4th. Yeah, they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 16 yards right off the bat and a first down. To pass, here's Jordan Love. That's complete. It's Neighbors. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. 2nd down and a yard. Love. And there's a short one taken in by Otten. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
A gain of 9 yards. First down, Voyagers.
Going back to Love. He's got Otten on the out route. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30.
A gain of 11 on the play. And the Virginia Beach first down.
To throw now. Here's Love. Over the middle, it's complete. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. That's into the hands of Tolbert. And he'll be out of bounds, taking it just shy of the 10 at the 11 or the 12. 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5.
Complete right side to Otten. Call it a gain of 3 on the play. And now 2 yards to go on 3rd down. Love now. And that is incomplete. And the pressure there on 3rd down, forcing the errant pass. 4th down coming up.
Tell you what, partner, after he ices down, he's going to need a nice long soak in a hot tub after this one. He's been under duress the entire game.
And once again, hit as he throws. Fortunate that one wound up incomplete. The kick by Elliott is good. And they will cut the lead back down to a touchdown now at 13-6. All right, so they needed 2 scores to get back in the game. The field goal there, maybe not exactly what they wanted, but the necessary first step.
There's still time remaining, and there's enough time to get it done. They've got to get at the least a 3 and out here to get the ball back, preferably a takeaway.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. Melbourne ready to go again on offense. Their lead back down to 1 score after the field goal a moment ago, so they'll be looking to string together a few first downs, likely on the ground as they begin 1st and 10. Now he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. That one good for 37 yards. That's the run he's been waiting for, Charles. He's been bottled up all game. That run alone got him more yards than he had in all his previous carries combined.
And don't think for a second he doesn't know that, because every back that I know can almost calculate every yard with every step that they take. He had to be frustrated because of what's happened during the game. Has to feel a lot better after that run.
And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. They go right back to the ground here, and Brown. And this defense not ready for that one as he'll take this down inside the 25. And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go.
Five points of contact necessary at this stage as they'll run on first down.
And I think this defense knew what was coming as he is smothered behind the line. 2nd and 12, and you'd have to assume another all-out effort to stop the run is coming. This is Brown going up the middle.
And he is going to have a first down here, and that should be the one that seals a victory.
And they will take a knee here.
Second and 11.
An inside give, Brown. And he'll take this one inside the 10 down to the 8.
I like a guy who understands the situation. I also like a guy who you look at him and you say, that looks like a guy who knows the coach is going to say, guess what? You drop this one, you'll be carrying around the training facility for an entire week.
Maybe flashback to high school or college, carrying it around campus, right?
The old gauntlet drill, right? Anyone get the ball out while he's sitting in class and bring it back to the coach, he's in big trouble.
So the field goal unit is on the field as this is a big spot right here. And his kick is right there. It's good, and that will extend their lead even further.
Well, some field goals are bigger than others, and that one makes this a 2-score game.
And with the way their defense has played all game long, that's kind of a love letter to them because that might very well be all the points they need.
And this will be a touchback. Berrios deciding not to bring it out. Here's 1st and 10.
One last shot now for Love. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. It's caught inside the 25.
And he's going to step out of bounds all the way down at the 20.
So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And I think the game balls need to be distributed on the defensive side of the football, and I bet that you would agree.
Yeah, if you hold a team under 10 points, that's a job well done. Really well done. So I would say game balls for every starter and every key player who participated in this game.
Now, see, I only like one game ball. You're handing out multiple. Although I set you up by saying game balls plural, but
I like where we're going with this. Though you say one to represent like the best player of all of that, and I say multiples so that you keep everyone motivated and involved.
You're a man of the people.
I'm a man of the people. I thought I was the only child.
You get a game ball, and you get a game ball. Game balls for everybody.
So for Melbourne,
it'll be a .500 start as the win gets them back to 2-2. And they'll get to stay home again next week.
Meanwhile, for Virginia Beach,
they'll sink now to 0-4. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week.
It's week 4 of the NFL, and we've got a showdown in the AFC West. It's the Elks and the Condors. All that and more coming up next.
This is the NFL on EA Sports, and football has returned to America's finest city, San Diego, California. Along with Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, and Charles, you take a look at our home side as we enter play here. An early season tilt, and when it's an early season tilt, should be ready to roll.
Well, let's face it, the aches and pains haven't really set in yet, and both teams eyeing a really good start to get things going.
Meanwhile, for the visitors, Salt Lake City, they were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good offense, good defense, and some key plays on special teams. Let's see if they can get...
A couple of 2-1 teams set to square off, and we're underway here in NFL Week 4. And he'll be stopped up at the 25. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they'll be led out by their quarterback, the former Louisville Cardinal, Teddy Bridgewater.
A Pro Bowl quarterback early in his career in Minnesota before a horrific knee injury slowed down his progress. He's a more than capable quarterback and makes the most of his opportunities when he's a starter in the NFL.
On the ground, this is Derrick Henry. And he'll power ahead, but only for about 3 yards. Second down coming up. The numbers on the ground for Henry last week. 16 carries, 72 yards.
They're coming off of back-to-back wins, and I think a lot of credit belongs to this guy right here because, to me, he's not only carried his weight, he's carried a few other guys along as well. He's helped draw defensive attention away from not just him, but open things up for his teammates, too. So if this winning streak is going to continue to have some legs to it, he has to remain effective and put together another nice game. And they'll use him out of the backfield, and sometimes quite a bit. They're just trying to get him touches any way they can. 4 catches a week ago, there's another one right there.
They'll try to run for the first with Henry. Yeah, Henry fighting for the marker, but I don't think he got there. He did not. Tough sledding. They lose a yard there on third. So much for picking it up on the ground on third down. Third play of the drive, and this defense showing strong early.
I wonder how much of that was scouting. I wonder how much of that was a gut feeling like, okay, let's just go ahead and sell out here and get after them, thinking they're going to run the football and stuff them early, because they've now set the tone. They've set a precedent right here that if you're going to try and run the ball against us, it could be hard going throughout this game.
A well-hit ball there. 50 yards on the punt, 3 on the return. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their 6'4" quarterback, the former #1 overall pick in 2015, Jameis Winston.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
And he's got it past the 30 before he's hit and dropped. First down yardage on the first play of the drive. Give him 14. From the shotgun, it's Winston. Looking underneath, he's got Akers. And he's corralled at the 40, but not before picking up 8. Well, this defense, Charles, really played well in that win a week ago.
In today's NFL, when you talk about goals for defenses, and you think that maybe you'd like to hold them under 14 points or so, we think our offense can usually get 17 to 20, so that's a reasonable goal. But when you hold a team under 100 yards of total offense, you're going to win 99 times out of 100. And the one game you lose, you'll know who to blame.
He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
That was their first third down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key third down throws.
On is the punter Scott here as he gets this one away. And that hits at the 6 and carries into the end zone for a touchback. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. And they entered play on a 2-game win streak, and then they've got the open date on their schedule next week. So this is a group that's really looking to hit the break on a high note.
And this will obviously be a tough game for them, but go ahead and play this out with me, partner. If they win here and make it 3 in a row, they get to heal up after that. You've got to think that's an ideal setup and a worthy goal to play for in this one.
An unfortunate time for the penalty there. That cancels out a positive play from this offense.
Well, not to sound too trite or too accepting, but you and I both know it happens. You got to accept it and move on. Yardage, you got to get back. Focus on the next play. Move on.
Now a 2nd and 10. Bridgewater now. He dumps it off for Henry. They'll wind up getting just a yard. And 3rd and 8 now. When you look at this defense, they were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
And the big thing for them was the interceptions. And you hear teams all the time talk about establishing themselves.
And down he goes. The pressure getting to Bridgewater. They bring the safety on the blitz, and he busts through to drop him for an 8-yard loss. Oh, free safety blitz, that can be a gamble, but it proves fruitful there.
Yeah, you're exactly right about the gamble, because oftentimes the free safety is the last line of defense against a long pass. And when he comes at the quarterback, he'd better get home and make the play. Otherwise, a big play could result for the offense.
And Bojorquez on to punt as he gets it away. So a change of possession here on the punt. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Over on the sideline, hoping to hit that reset button between possessions. Last time out, they had to punt it away. This time hoping to finish this thing off in the end zone. Jameis to throw it. That's out to the flat for Akers. So the completion good for 6 yards, and it'll be 2nd down.
Just about every quarterback is trained to really look downfield first before you come back and make a nice, safe throw. And in this case, that's exactly what he did. Found his running back, let him creep.
And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. So they will take the sack instead of the penalty.
And it takes another down off the series. But the biggest one of all, do you want to tell the guy who just got the sack that it no longer counts?
No.
No, not at all.
So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that's going to bring up a 4th down. No score after 1 on EA Sports. Salt Lake City with the football here to begin quarter 2. As they've got it with a 4th down coming up. On 4th down, J.K. Scott ready to punt it away. And that one hits at the 7, but bounds into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. Well, partner, fast forward with me for a second. Remember, next week they have the open week, so they're going to get some extended rest. Does that change how they manage the rest of this one?
I think it does a little bit, but not by too much, because you're right. You get the extra rest, you get a chance to heal up and kind of, do a little bit of a reset for this team. But it's also 7 extra days to think back to the last time you were on the field. So now, a little more importance on what they're getting done, because they carry it with them for essentially 2 weeks.
First catch of the game for Cooks. It'll be a 1st down. To throw is Bridgewater. Open man, that's Noah Fant, the tight end. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. 12 more yards there and another 1st down. Here's Bridgewater. Going right back to Fant.
I don't care what sport you're playing. Everyone likes to build up a little momentum, don't they? And look at this, back-to-back completions to the big target at tight end.
That one not as profitable as the other, but still a decent game.
This is Fant on the short completion.
And there wasn't much room for the big tight end to do much after the catch. But at least he was able to pick up a solid gain to help his offense continue to move in the right direction.
On third down, Henry. And that one going nowhere from the start as he's met in the backfield and goes backwards. Losing 2 yards that time, and now it's fourth down.
With his size, he's a tough man to bring down, but they do a nice job there stopping his progress and not allowing him to get back to the line of scrimmage.
On fourth down, on is Corey Bojorquez to punt. He's been a busy man here in this first half as he gets it away. Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field. We've seen both of these offenses still sort of in that figuring things out phase, but I suspect some action on the scoreboard soon as they start out here 1st and 10. He'll check this down to Akers out of the backfield. And he is going to lose yardage here. 2nd and 11 now. Here's Winston. His throw incomplete.
But there's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
Winston. This will be caught by Brown. And he'll be brought down at the 28, and that is well short of the first. 2 yards on the pickup there. And it'll be fourth down. 2 minutes on the clock in what's been a scoreless first half. Here's J.K. Scott set to do the punting honors. So possession goes over here on the punt. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. They've been playing the field position game thus far. No score, second quarter as they come up on 1st and 10. And that's complete to Cooks. Well, following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. Here's a 2nd and 5. Now Bridgewater. And this one's incomplete.
I tell you, Brandon, this defense is playing with some confidence. Haven't allowed a point yet. Flying to the football. I'm telling you, he's almost 11 to the ball on every snap. Another nice job there to force an incompletion.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Not many boos just yet from this home crowd, but they may be starting soon as I'm starting to detect an uneasy murmur through this crowd. This offense, they've been lifeless in this first half. And now here's another punting situation and a fourth down.
A 47-yard punt, maybe a couple on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field. The results for them so far not that great. Well, not good at all. 3 drives, 3 punts.
Yeah, and now what you're doing is you're looking at your play sheet. You're trying to figure out what you're going against defensively. I wonder, are they showing them something they haven't seen or anticipated in practice, and maybe that's throwing them off? Or do they just have to go to a different play calling section and try and run some offense that way?
Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Now, this is a quarterback that's already in the top 100 all-time in passing yards, but that last throw going to move him past Roger Staubach on the all-time list. Roger Charles at 22,700.
Don't forget, he also won 2 Super Bowls, played from 1969 to 1979. And I would dare say Rogers' numbers would be larger, but remember, he had a commitment to the Navy. A graduate of the Naval Academy, and back then you had to serve your 5-year hitch before you could go on and join the NFL.
And that went to the right side and incomplete.
Feels like they're getting caught in between here because they had incompletions on 1st and 2nd down. Now you got to worry a little bit about the clock because you prefer not to give them another shot here in the first half. But if you don't pick up the first down, guess what? You're likely going to have to.
Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the first down. Now Winston. Over the middle here to Brown. And he gets this to the 35. Good for a gain of 5.
Ball on the 35. Here comes 2nd and 5. Jameis again. A quick throw knocked away and incomplete.
And that's a nice job there because you've got to play the ball, not the man when in coverage. That'll keep you away from a lot of needless penalties. And he's able to knock that one away.
In motion, the tight end. Winston now. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Winston. And he's going to go down here, a sack. They push him back to the 34. Final play of the half here. Winston. Throw over the middle, caught by the tight end Gray. So plenty of action on the field, but no action right now on the scoreboard, at least as of yet. 0-0 is our score. As we'll send you eastward to Orlando. Standing by with that EA Sports halftime report now is Jonathan Coachman. Take it away, Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. More from you and Charles in a bit. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in the late window. Not too much to show you in terms of scoring plays. In fact, there's nothing to show you. A scoreless tie here at the half. Both of these defenses have been outstanding thus far.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always. This one's still anyone's game as we welcome you back for quarter number 3. After a rare scoreless first half, these teams now just looking for something as the second half gets underway. And a great return, solid field position. He's up all the way to the 45-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And we thought this game had the potential to be tight, maybe not this tight, scoreless as we start the third quarter.
And I love the way you use the word tight. I'm going to take it a little bit different direction here because it's not just tight on the scoreboard. I think both offenses have been tight in how they've played this game. No one's been loose. No one's been free. They've got to find a way to make some plays, and I don't think you do it if you're really tight in everything that you're doing in the game.
And they'll get to him after a gain of 7 to the 47. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. They'll try and run for this with Akers. And Akers, he is not going to get there. They mark him short of the first. Call it no gain that time, and they're going to be left looking up at a 4th and 1.
I apologize in advance, partner, but the beefeaters on the interior of this D-line, you just know they were licking their chops on 3rd and short. And yes, they were rewarded with a tasty dish, stuffing that one short of a first down.
Well, we got beefeaters licking their chops and tasty dish in one fell swoop.
I did apologize in advance, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. That line's not eating tofu, I'll tell you that much for free. And that one hits a little too close to the goal line, and it continues into the end zone for a touchback. The Condors offense and Derrick Henry set to take over once more. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. We have not seen much on offense here from either side these last few drives. We've hit a wall, so to speak.
And have hit it hard, haven't we? Because the defenses right now, they seem to be a step ahead, don't they? Beating them to the point of attack, beating them to the punch. These offensive guys, they're tinkering like crazy. What's it going to take to get back on track?
Yeah, both sides searching for adjustments. 5 yards, now it's 3rd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
To throw, Bridgewater. Well, this is taken in. It's complete.
Touchdown! A big play there. His second touchdown on the season. And the Condors have moved out in front. Well, these two teams battled through a scoreless first half. Finally, a breakthrough here in quarter number 3.
And I just wonder how that played for both of them psychologically, because when you battle through a scoreless first half, now you know that every possession is increasingly crucial. Who can put points on the board, make the other team chase? Wonder if you get a lift and if they get deflated a little bit.
Extra point right down the middle, and it's now a 7-0 game. So the drive there, they went 80 yards in 3 plays. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field. They'll be looking to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 is the score as they begin with a first down. Here's Winston. Got a man. It's Brown. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. They'll run on first down with Akers. And some nifty running here as he'll take this across midfield and down to the 47. Give him 12 yards on that one. It earns him a fresh set of downs. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. Now that'll be caught by St. Brown. And he'll lose yardage here. Back at the 47. He was unable to shake free there, and they'll cover him for a loss of a yard. So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11. To throw is Winston. Over the middle and into the hands of his receiver Moore. So just 3 yards on the completion there. And 3rd and 8 now. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. Winston from the gun on 3rd down. That is caught. And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a first down.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. A little creaky at the start, but they're oiled up now. A nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
Nothing in that first half, nothing on the last drive, but they're moving now with a 1st and 10. Throwing, Winston. This will be caught once again by Brown. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 13 yards as they've got the connection working. His 2nd catch in a row, first down. They'll send the tight end in motion. They'll throw again. Winston. He'll get this to Akers out of the backfield. And he is going to lose yardage here. He was unable to shake free there, and they'll cover him for a loss of a yard. On the handoff, running left is Akers. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his 3rd down play as we've played 3 quarters. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. As we've got the final quarter upon us, we get ready to start the 4th. On 3rd down, here's a run by Akers. And he'll be brought down shy of the first down marker at the 11. They pick up 10, but it'll still lead to a 4th down.
That's a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you think if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the side.
Desperation time. Winston on 4th down. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. They're able to keep the drive alive. 7 yards that time, and the decision to go for it proves to be a good one. To throw, Winston. Looking for Gray and finding him once again. Touchdown!
Noah Gray, his first touchdown on the year. And the Elks are an extra point away from tying this game here in the fourth. We are set up for a fantastic finish now. A fourth-quarter touchdown here. We're an extra point away from a tie football game.
And I know they're thinking about possibly going for two, but I'd go ahead and kick this one and just get it back to level.
Now the try here for the point after. And no sweat. He puts it through, and we are tied here in the fourth. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told. And the gadget play gets him into the end zone. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the fourth as the kick's away. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. Well, they just gave up the score to tie it. That's the bad news. The good news, plenty of time in this fourth quarter to try to grab that lead back. Now a quick throw there, but it's going to be incomplete.
Had an open man that time, but ended up putting a little too much heat on it, don't you think, partner?
Absolutely. Just needed a touch more air under it. Instead, he fired an absolute bullet. In motion goes the tight end. Throwing, Bridgewater. He'll find McMillan here. And he's taken down right at the 45-yard line. The catch and run pays off for 29 yards.
But one of the ways the quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field. And here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Oh, now Moore going to get a chance to run. And good work there in open space. And he's got this all the way down now to the 32. That's over 40 yards of movement with those last two plays. Clock running, under 4 to play now as they come up on 1st and 10. Inside handoff, Henry. And an excellent job of finding the opening as he's got this now all the way down to the 22. They get 10 more there, and I believe that'll be enough for another first down. It will. On play action, it's Bridgewater. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And he's going to have a gain of 11 to the 11 before he's brought down. 1st and 10. Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. Henry up the middle. And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Derrick Henry with career touchdown number 94. He ties both Jerome Bettis and Priest Holmes on the all-time list. And the Condors answer back with a touchdown of their own to break our tie and take the lead here in the fourth. Extra point forthcoming. And he's got it. It's now a 14-7 ball game. So the drive there took 6 plays. And Derrick Henry able to finish it off with a touchdown run. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field. And now after the touchdown a moment ago, they work from behind in a 7-point game in this fourth quarter. Plenty of time on the clock. Now Winston. He's got the connection to Moore. And he gets this one just shy of the 40. They'll mark him down at the 39. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. Winston. He's got Brown on the out route complete. And he'll be out of bounds up near the 45 at the 44. Here comes 2nd down at 5. Here's Winston. And he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game. So it's our visitors with a football as we get you reset. This crowd turning up the decibel level. It's 3rd and long. Here's Winston. And this is caught. He hits Moore. Touchdown! Rondale Moore. 65 yards. And the Elks are an extra point away from tying this game here in the final minutes. Well, the hard part's done. Now they just need to split the post, tie it up, but then their defense is going to have to hold up to send it to overtime.
Yeah, no matter what. I know there's an inclination in it when you have momentum to go for 2 here, but if you miss it, you don't give your defense a chance at all.
Plus, it's been a good game. I want to see overtime. I'm selfish.
You obviously don't have a flight to catch.
Tomorrow. The extra point, a vital one, and he gets it to go. And, partner, we've got a tie game here in the 4th. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the 4th as the kick's away. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. A good balance attack for that last touchdown drive they had. Now it's time to see if they can do that again.
It really becomes a tale of 2 play callers, doesn't it? The offensive guy, he's in sync. Everything's working pretty well. For the defensive
what's going on the defensive side?
That's a tough one because he's prepped all week as well, and he can't get a bead on exactly what they're doing right now. What he needs is one of his guys just to make a big play and disrupt things.
Here's Bridgewater. This is caught by McMillan. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as it comes with 1:15 left to go in the second half. Plenty of time and 2 timeouts still at their disposal. 1st and 10 here. Bridgewater. He's got a man complete. And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. A great effort there with his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Condors have broken our tie and have taken a 4th quarter lead. Might be seeing that one on the highlight shows tonight. The home run ball here in the 4th quarter to take the lead.
There's nothing like being aggressive, preaching that to your team, and then following through. All the way through. Go ahead and throw one more up there. Why not?
Been a great game, and we are not done yet. A try here for the extra point. It's up and good, and that'll make the score 21-14. So they only needed 3 plays on that drive. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. Well, a dangerous return man showing it here. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. The Elks offense and Jameis Winston set to take over once more. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. This is 1st and 10. Winston to throw. Looking for Gray, and he's got him. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as it comes with exactly a minute to go in the football game. Winston. And that's caught left side by the tight end Gray. And he is going to get out of bounds with the first down. So that's going to double their pleasure for sure. They get the first and save a timeout.
Now that is the 2-minute drill at its very best. Get the completion, get a big chunk of yardage, and then get out of bounds to save those timeouts. You cannot do it any better than that.
2 timeouts still available in this final minute. It's 1st and 10 now. Now Winston. Looking underneath, he's got Akers. And he'll be a couple yards shy of the red zone here at the 22-yard line. Now another timeout called for by the offense. They'll look to throw. That'll leave them with just 1 remaining in this 4th quarter of play. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the game. He's back to throw. And that's going to be incomplete.
Partner, they've got one chance left to keep this one going, and I think for you and me, let's think along with their offensive coordinator now. Has to think back, cycle through every play of this contest, and remember what's worked and what hasn't. Because right here, he needs the best play of the game in order to keep this one alive.
And it's going to be batted down, and we'll go the other way with the football. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and that's going to be just about all she wrote for this one. Well, their first fourth down attempt earlier was successful. This one backfires for a turnover on downs.
I like their aggressiveness. I like what they're doing. They got it the first time they went for it. Why not a second time? I don't think they'll be daunted from attempting it again. If you're on the defensive side of the ball, though, any fourth down stop is a big momentum play. And with that kneel down at the end of the game, partner, they now get to 3-1. This is a good football team we saw in this game.
It is indeed getting to 2 games above 500, and I know early on, while they said they wanted to win every game, they thought they would be solid with a 3-1 start, and here they are.
Yeah, you break your schedule up almost into quarters, every 4 games, and assess 3-1. Any team would take that.
Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory.
And, Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked in the mirror and said, hey, ton of pressure on, but we're the type of team that can flat out handle it. They stood up with confidence, and made it happen for a victory.
So for the home team here, they're on a nice early roll as they move to 3-1 with a win here. And they'll be able to enjoy this one through the bye week before they get back at it again. Meanwhile, for Salt Lake City, they'll fall back to 500 at 2-2. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. So for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Next game, guess what? Charles and I will be here again. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Mounties and the Snowhawks on Sunday night primetime.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League finds us north of the border in the beautiful city of Toronto, Canada. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, we look at this Toronto Ball Club as they enter play here. They returned home after playing in London last week, but it was a good trip as they came home a winner.
And that's a long flight when you lose, but not half as bad when you come home with a victory and full of bangers and mash.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Quebecers, it's been a great start to the season. Back-to-back wins to begin the campaign.
Yeah, you don't want to get too excited. There's still a lot of season to go, but they've
is in the air, and the NFL season is in full swing, and we're underway here in Week 4. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their new quarterback, first-year signal caller out of South Carolina.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
Give him 3 there on the first play of the game, and it's second down. Play action, now Rattler. In trouble, and he's taken down. Micah Parsons showing off that elite athleticism as he gets the sack. But certainly not the start they were looking for here as they come up on a 3rd and 14. To the air is Rattler. And this one is incomplete.
Man coverage is certainly a staple of their defense, and it's built for plays like that, forcing that incompletion.
Here's Daniel Whelan now. Fielded at about the 28. It's a 47-yard punt, return of 6. And they will take over 1st and 10. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by their rookie quarterback.
It's a pretty bland game he had last time out. Ended up throwing 1 interception. Didn't have a touchdown to offset it. But the team found a way to win. He found a way to lean on other parts of the offense that carried them through.
McCarthy, he'll set to throw it. And the timing a bit off that time as that one falls to the ground. He was looking for Adam Thielen there, but it's going to be second down. When you look at this defense, they find themselves just a couple of spots outside of the top 10 defending the pass, number 12 in the league.
And since this is such a good unit of covering passes downfield, I think that last play is typical of what we might see. A lot of short passes, see if they can generate some run after the catch, but nothing doing on that one.
McCarthy operating from the gun. Looking right side, and it's intercepted. Picked off by J.C. Horn. And they'll start out with great field position at the 47-yard line in enemy territory. 3rd and long that time. He was trying to make something happen, but a little too risky.
Well, the field tilted on him, and what I mean by that is what you said. 3rd and long, got to push it downfield to try and pick up the first down. Defensive backs live for this situation, and they took advantage of the young man right there.
Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
Rattler wants to throw it. Oh, and that is incomplete.
Brandon, we saw these defenders flying to the football in their win last week, and nothing has changed. They're still moving around quickly and forcing incompletions.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And they're able to work this to the 25 before it's all said and done. How about that? They weather the storm of a 3rd and 17 to pick up the first.
A very nice job right there, working the middle of the field, able to create some separation and then utilize it to not just make the catch, but turn upfield once he got the ball in his hands.
Clock rolling as we hit the midway point of this first quarter. They'll throw. Here's Rattler. Able to hit his target, Lamb. The numbers for him from a week ago. 6 catches, 80 yards, and a touchdown.
And I'd certainly expect them to use him quite a bit because he runs excellent routes, has good hands, and knows how to get open.
2nd down and 6 now. They'll go up the middle with White. And he'll take this inside the 20 and down to the 18. 2 yards the gain there, and now they're left with a third and about 4 for a first. Throwing is Rattler. Rolling, and he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. He couldn't get away there on third down. The pressure too much, and he's sacked for a loss of 12. And that is the 3rd sack this offensive line has allowed this first quarter.
Yeah, that puts him on pace. Let me do the rudimentary math here. To be sacked 12 times in a game, I know he's not going to go for that. I wonder if it's going to reshape what they decide to do on offense in terms of play calling.
Well, I can tell you what, when he popped up, shaking his head, frustrated right now behind center. The kick by Sanders is good, and that'll make it 3-0 here in the first. So, Charles, they get to them with their first turnover of the game and then make it hurt a little bit extra with a field goal.
And anytime you give the ball up, what's the first thing a coach tells his defense? Don't let them score off of this. You've got to put out the fire. In fact, in 2021, that's what one NFL coach termed his defense. The firemen. Go out there, guys, and don't let them put some points on the board.
Good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at their 35-yard line. They start the drive on the ground. It's Williams.
Takes it to about the 37. When you look at this defense,
they find themselves just a couple of spots outside of the top 10 defending the pass, number 12 in the league.
So I'm prepping for this game. I kept asking myself the question, what's keeping this group from being top 10 in the league against the pass?
And?
Too many mistakes, especially little mistakes. And those add up into big mistakes. Big mistakes add up into points against you.
And this winds up a gain of 4 to the 41.
This now a 3rd and 4.
Brings up 3rd and 4.
Now McCarthy. Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. A big play there on the catch and run. And it's going to yield a new set of downs. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, Toronto in possession of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. From the gun, it's a run for Williams. And he'll follow his blockers there all the way down to the 23-yard line. 11 more on that one and another 1st down. The running game fully in sync, 1-11 on that play.
And sometimes it comes from the offensive coordinator, understanding what he thinks the defense is going to do and dialing up the perfect play. Sometimes the quarterback, though, can look at the defense, realize he needs to change it to a run, and that gets it done in a big way as well.
So they'll get 8 out of that completion, and that'll bring up a 2nd down and just a couple.
At the 15-yard line.
Throwing is McCarthy.
And it's caught. Touchdown. Evan Ingram, his 2nd touchdown on the season. And his guys have taken the lead. His first career touchdown pass, and it's cliche to say, but he's probably been envisioning this since he was a little kid. That's a cool moment.
It really is. So enjoy the moment, enjoy the time, celebrate, save the full reflection for later, but make sure you grab someone on the sidelines and say, hey, make sure I get that football, okay?
Extra point by Carlson, up and good. And that makes it a 7-3 lead. Following the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Carlson.
And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Now the Montreal offense ready to take over now.
And after the field goal last time, we'll see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I've never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it. Way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that, that weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick, other than the extra point. That's it.
Here's Rattler. The quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete.
And a lot of being a defender is being able to learn what you can and can't get away with when in man coverage. In this case, he got away with it and helped pop that ball free.
In motion left goes Boyd. From the shotgun, Rattler. And the throw there going to be incomplete. The passing game not in sync here early. And now it's 4th down.
It's going to be another frustrating end to a drive here. This offense, they've not been able to get anything going in this first half. And now it's going to be time to gather on the sidelines and try and figure out what's going wrong. Who has an idea? Who has a plan? Time to implement it.
It's a 40-yard punt, 6 yards on the return. Their quarterback in this offense heading back out to the field. He had the interception on the opening drive, but bounced back to throw a touchdown last time out. And he'll look to build on that as they start 1st and 10. They begin the drive with Williams. And the running lane's non-existent in this first half as they'll stop him behind the line. Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. So the opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12. Looking to throw McCarthy. Finds his tight end Ingram. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. He's up over 50 yards receiving now in this first half. It's a 1st down. Up the middle, it's Williams. It's Logan Wilson there to bring him down.
Well, he hasn't made much of an impact in the running game thus far, and after that last run, not much is going to change in that area.
He hasn't been able to get anything going, and really the offensive line not helping him much. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down. They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. On play action, McCarthy. Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Like what I see so far out of this defense because they've been showing their best coverages on 3rd down. So far, only allowed 1 conversion on a handful of attempts. One area of their game plan that they've executed to perfection.
And no return here. Where will they spot it? They say just outside the 20-yard line. And the Montreal offense ready to take over now. The crowd may be losing just a little bit of the edge after back-to-back punts.
They want some big plays. They want to see some offense. They want to see somebody break away, whether it's through the air or on the ground. Now it'll be interesting to see where the patience is on both sides. Each head coach, can you hang in there and not try and force something that could put your team in some jeopardy?
Now Rattler. Left side to Lamb. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. Give him 14 on that one, and a 1st down. 2 minutes to play in this first half. 7-3, our score. Coming up in a couple of minutes, we'll get you to Jonathan Coachman in Orlando. The coach will have stats and scores from earlier today in the NFL. Rattler working out of the gun. Throw left side complete. That's White. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. This is caught. It's Boyd. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. A good pickup there, 26 yards. And Rattler, he'll throw again. He'll get that out to the flat to White. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the stoppage will come with a little under a minute to go in this first half.
All defenses worry that whenever anyone catches the ball and has a head of steam come out of the backfield, it could turn into a big play with missed tackles or he runs through people. But they were right there waiting, and they stopped him for a minimal gain.
They'll get the tight end Bowers involved there. And they've got it inside the 10 at the 8.
Rookie to rookie on the hook up there, and it's a first down. They'll fake the give, and here's Rattler. And it's caught. Touchdown. CeeDee Lamb from 8 yards out. And the Mounties will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. Well, with this rookie QB, we talk a lot about his ball placement and how good he can be at laying it right in there. I think we just saw, Charles, though, the strength of that arm. That was an absolute rifle for the completed touchdown.
It absolutely was, and let's face it, you think he was really ready to get that first touchdown? Absolutely. He threw that pass with authority, just as you described. Big-time arm right there, and let's face it, a lot of quarterbacks used to be pitchers in baseball. The fastball was usually their best pitch, and we saw it there.
Now after the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Sanders. A lane opens here. He's past the 30. One final go for this offense here in this first half. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Open man is Samuel, complete. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 12 seconds to go in this first half. They'll go play action. Here's McCarthy. And that's complete to the right side. It's Allen. Now a timeout taken. Perhaps a chance for one more quick play and then another timeout if they hurry. We'll see. To the air with McCarthy. And that will be incomplete. 4 ticks left here on the clock.
Good clean play. No flags coming out of the pocket of the officials. Turns into an incompletion, and that should get them off the field with a 3-and-out.
A final shot before break. McCarthy. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. So we've hit halftime. Just a field goal separating these two teams at the break. As we'll head down to Orlando, that's where we find our man Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to our EA Sports Halftime Report. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. We'll get our tour started out at Venerable Soldier Field in Chicago. And they are seconds away from halftime, all tied in that one. Next, we head off to check out another game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. This one's been as good as advertised. Just a field goal separating these two teams. This is a very level first half, and I'd expect to see more of the same after the break.
Okay, Coach. Yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they do trail, but they have a chance to possess the football first to try and do something about it.
And that certainly makes it something of an important drive for them, because is it going to win the game? No, but you have to do something to bring some life to your sideline.
Officially no gain on the play, and it's second down.
Second and 10 at the 28-yard line.
From the shotgun, McCarthy. Now that'll be tipped and intercepted. Picked by Logan Wilson.
Well, I certainly think that we're seeing a big reason why this team has struggled to put points on the board so far, because too many of their drives have ended in turnovers already, and we still have almost a full half of football yet to play.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And they'll have good field position here following the interception and a chance to build on their lead as they start with a 1st and 10. This is White on the screen. And inside the 20 before he's brought down.
And we'll pause here for an injury. I believe that's the running back. Yeah, that's Rashad White, who's shaken up. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. To the air is Rattler. He drops this one off underneath here for Hill.
And that's good for a gain of 6, and it's second down.
From the gun, here's Rattler. Slant pass to Boyd.
9 yards on the play there, and it sets him up first and goal.
Throwing once more, here's Rattler.
And this is going to be intercepted.
Picked up by Diamador Lenore.
When the rookie QB gets his first touchdown pass, that's one you put in the trophy case. First career interception, that's going to be one he wants to forget.
Yeah, and he's not going to go ask for the football, right? Yeah, you can keep that one. The key for him, what does he learn from it? When he watches the tape, does he have an answer right now where he already understands what mistake he made? That's what the coaches are going to want to know, and that's what they'll grill him on and see how he grows from it.
The Snowhawks offense and J.J. McCarthy getting ready to go back to work. And it's been a rough night at the office for him. He's been more of a liability than an asset throughout the contest, and this offense is having a hard time overcoming his struggles to this point. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Now this game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football.
And for a third time tonight, he's intercepted.
Picked off by J.C. Horn.
And he'll bring it back to about the 5-yard line.
Certainly not what he was hoping for, Charles. That's now 3 interceptions in this ball game.
But there's a lot of knowledge to be gleaned every time you throw an interception if you do things the right way. And hasn't there been a pretty darn good quarterback along the way who threw a lot of interceptions early, learned from them, and became great later?
Who would that be?
That'd be one Peyton Manning. Threw 28 his rookie year. That's the NFL record. How'd things turn out for him?
I think okay. He's a guy in all the commercials now, right?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay.
Suddenly it's first and goal after the interception. A quick change in the situation here. And the hole closes quickly here. He can fight only to about the 4. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside.
Second and goal from inside the 5.
And here comes throw number 1 for the backup QB. Touchdown! CeeDee Lamb with his second touchdown of the game, 4th of the year. And the Mounties are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Well, there you go, Charles, his first touchdown pass of the new season.
Well, let's just go back to his rookie year because he's able to get his feet wet, right? Get a little bit of experience. Now I think here in year 2, the game will slow down for him, and we'll see his true talents come out.
Sanders now to add the extra point.
It's good to make it 17-7.
They had the short field, and they made quick work of it. Just 2 plays to get into the end zone.
And out a little across the 25 to the 27. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. And this group has suffered far too many self-inflicted wounds thus far as we run through some of the mistakes. It's darn near impossible to win in this league when you're turning the ball over at the frequency that they have.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. They are looking to make a bit of a 180. They are sputtering right now.
And frankly, I think it's time to call your playmakers together and say, all right, guys, we're going to lean on you through this patch. We need you to get us back on track and get us going in the right direction. So you're calling plays geared to them. Not necessarily what you look at your plays, oh, this hurts the defense. I want the ball in the hands of X, Y, and Z and see if we can move forward.
So don't get too cute. Go to the playmakers. It's caught on the right side. Williams. And he'll get it out near the 40 to the 39. 6 yards to pick up, and that's a first down.
That's good for A. First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Now a give up the middle to Williams. And they're able to swarm him behind the line, and his rough night continues. Coming in to put a lick on him was Levante David.
I know they'd love to take some heat off of that young quarterback, but so far, not much in the running game, and this won't help things either. A loss on that play.
Williams going to get it again on second down. And he's dropped right at the 40. Gain of 3.
Well, they still have time to get him established, but in my estimation, they've got to pick up the urgency here. They've got to get quickly in and out of the huddle and run off a bunch more plays.
On play action, now McCarthy. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to drop him. A rookie QB struggling, gets thrown down to the ground there. But, you know, maybe this game, it's not over yet, but maybe this game can be a learning experience for him.
So many different things that he has to pick up on. When to go ahead and flush from the pocket and run. When to get rid of the football, not take the sack. When to just go ahead and go down early and make sure you don't fumble the football. So many things that he has to learn. This game starts the process.
Clock showing 90 seconds to go in the third. Rattler wants to throw it. Able to hit his target, Lamb. It'll go down as a gain of 6, and it'll be second down.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the 23-yard line.
They'll throw. Here's Rattler. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Zone coverage there, and they were playing deep. That makes it obviously a little bit harder to run by guys. And that time, it was not much of a window to get the ball in there, and it winds up incomplete.
Pass to the sideline and pulled in. And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. 27 yards there on a very nice third down conversion.
With the kind of game he's had so far, you had to know that on third down, that they would be looking his way, and they did, for big yardage and a first down. I think the defense fell asleep at the switch on that one. I would have doubled him, tripled him, anything to keep the ball out of his hands.
From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Boyd. 1 quarter remains here on a Sunday night. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back to Toronto as we're about ready to rock and roll for the 4th and final quarter. Rattler going to look to throw again. And at the 7-yard line, the catch is made. And all the way in for the touchdown. Isaiah McKenzie, his first touchdown on the year. And the Mounties are closing in on a 3rd straight victory to start the campaign. Another touchdown through the air for them, and for this rookie quarterback at the helm, he has put them in a great position, Charles, to get the victory in this one.
He's absolutely taken charge. Every touchdown for them has come via his arm. 0 rushing touchdowns, no special teams, no defensive scores. All him throwing the football. He's in cruise control right now, and so is his team.
Now after the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Sanders. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. Toronto's offense ready to take over. Their mini 2-game win streak appears it might be going by the wayside unless they can pull a rabbit out of their hat.
Throwing is McCarthy. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he'll have a gain of 3 to the 33. 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
They'll send the big tight end in motion right. Looking to throw McCarthy. They'll complete this to Ingram as tight end. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
That's good for a Toronto first down. 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
McCarthy off the play fake. This one swung out to Williams. And the play goes nowhere. Losing yardage back near the 40 at the 39. But despite the completion, they're going to wind up losing 3 there. 2nd down. To the air again, McCarthy. That's going to be caught by Samuel. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a 3rd down.
As long as you go through your proper reads and progressions, the drag route can be one of those old reliable plays because usually it's good for a good chunk of yardage, as we just saw there.
And those guys like it, right? They can get the ball with a full head of steam.
Especially against man coverage, because man coverage, you're typically running away from someone and not worried about traffic coming out on the other end.
And to the 36-yard line, taken down there after getting 8 yards. That one into the hands of Thielen, complete. 6 yards to pick up, and that's a first down. McCarthy operating from the gun. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up 2nd down. Now McCarthy. Throws left side, complete to Keenan Allen. So that'll go as a 4-yard loss on the play. And that'll force upon him a 3rd and 14. Here's McCarthy. A short throw to Ingram. And he'll be brought down at the 28, and that is well short of the 1st. And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter, let's see how this plays out. And he doesn't quite make it, taking it within an eyelash. Dropped at the 1. To the goal line, but it's incomplete. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They've got it 2nd and goal as they look for a late touchdown. McCarthy, he'll set to throw it. Toward the pylon, but it's incomplete.
They lead big, and a major part of that has been how they've taken their play to a whole new level this 2nd half. No points allowed since the break, and you can add another incompletion to the total number that they forced in this runaway contest.
And it's caught. Touchdown. Evan Ingram, a beast in the red zone with his 2nd touchdown of the game. And the Snowhawks have got it back to a 2-score game here in the 4th.
I'm not sure win-win is the proper term here, but it certainly felt like it. They got the touchdown they needed, but if I'm on the defensive side of the ball, okay, you got the touchdown, but it sure took you a long time.
Yeah, because offensively, though, you're probably hoping for a 1 to 5 play drive. That one ate up a little more time than they were hoping.
You're exactly right, and if you have that 1 to 5 play drive, you actually build up momentum and even more hope. When they had to slog their way downfield, they got the touchdown, but it's almost like, yeah, you know.
Doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
Oh, did the kicking team get it? Yes. The onside kick works like a charm. Well, that certainly makes things more interesting. You get the score, then you get the onside kick. A little uphill battle still, but a start.
It's not mission accomplished, but the plan is working. They're in a great spot right now, and the best part, they put the defense right back out on the field after having already scored.
Yeah, they've got the momentum here now. Operating from the gun, McCarthy. Open man is Samuel, complete. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Now we'll pause here for an injury, and it's Deebo Samuel. He's the man in question right now who will need some attention. 1 timeout at their disposal, but more pressing is the need for 2 scores, obviously. Here's 1st and 10. To the air with McCarthy. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked up by Jesse Bates. And now off to the races down the right side. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. So a fourth quarter pick six here, and that one might put this game out of reach, CD.
I certainly agree with that, partner, and I know one thing, though. That team that just got the pick six, they're going to keep playing until this one's over. Better be careful. They're looking to get another one.
Sanders on for the extra point. And that'll make this a 3-score game as the lead moves to 17. So the defense creating some points, not only getting the interception, but then returning it to the end zone for the pick six. So they throw the pick six. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. The home team's offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, probably not much that they can do at this point, CD. Down 3 scores late in the fourth quarter. This is going to be a little too much to overcome, you would think.
Yeah, they'll go down swinging, but in the end, I think we saw the writing on the wall a while back because one team was clearly better than the other in this one. And while it didn't quite reach blowout status, I think we knew who was going to win this one well before we got to this stage.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Looking to throw. McCarthy. He'll get this one complete to Zay Jones. That'll go for a gain of 7, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Throw left side on target to Thielen. From the shotgun, McCarthy. Now that's to the left sideline and incomplete. Well, the incompletion, but now we also have an injured player. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. 2nd and 10. Throwing again, McCarthy. Man open, here is Jones. And he gets this inside the 35-yard line. And he's going to be brought down here in the backfield. It looks like a loss of right around 11 there on 1st down to set him back on 2nd. Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory.
And, Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked in the mirror and said, hey, ton of pressure on, but we're the type of team that can flat out handle it. They stood up with confidence, and made it happen for a victory.
So for Montreal, they're into the win column for the 3rd time this year as they get the victory here. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Toronto, they'll fall back to 500 at 2-2. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports.